Chapter 1393. Although Wei Haichao didn't mention Sikong Chen, the hint in his words was obvious. Sikong Chen's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and glared at Wei Haichao for a while without saying anything. Wei Haichao didn't say anything either. He stood in front of the table with his hands behind his back. Bang! Sikong Chen suddenly slammed the table, and his expression became ferocious. Wei Haichao was startled and couldn't help but frown. He asked, "What's wrong?" Sikong Chen glared and said, "If that woman really took the list from me, then doesn't that mean she knows everything about our plan?" He put the list together with the plan. It didn't make sense for that woman to only look at the list and nothing else. Wei Haichao was stunned when he heard that. Then, she opened her mouth and said, "You mean..." Before he finished, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside the door. The two of them turned to look at the door at the same time and saw that Han Xiao, who had left not long ago, had returned. Han Xiao's expression was also very ugly. He said to the two as soon as he came in, "The people we sent to lead the underground creatures have been exposed. According to the news from Haiqing, the team we sent this time was ambushed before they could start the plan." Bang! Sikong Chen slammed his hand on the table again. This time, it wasn't a slap. He slammed his fist on the table again. He slammed his fist on the table, causing everything on the table to tremble. After Sikong Chen slammed the table, he leaned against the back of the chair and collapsed. Then he raised his head and raised a hand to press his forehead and eyes. Han Xiao looked at him in confusion. Seeing him like that, he turned to look at Wei Haichao. Wei Haichao said expressionlessly, "If it was just a guess, then it's confirmed now." Han Xiao looked at him in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" Wei Haichao said to him, "Do you know who took the information away? Think about who destroyed the secret weapon base a few days ago. Think about the time she went back and the time of the operation in Haiqing." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xiao's eyes widened slightly. Then, as if realizing something, she looked at him and said, "You mean, that woman?" Wei Haichao nodded. Who else could it be? Could it be such a coincidence? Han Xiao didn't say anything. After thinking for a while, he suddenly looked at Sikong Chen, who was pressing his eyes, and said, "But if she's here, why can't leaders sense her presence?" Even though she was a level 8 arcanist, she had only recently advanced, right? Even if he could completely conceal his aura, how could he not sense it at such a close distance? Sikong Chen immediately put down his hand and looked at him coldly. "What do you want to say? Are you suspecting that I deliberately let her in?" "No, I wouldn't dare." Han Xiao's expression turned cold as he lowered his head and hurriedly replied. At this moment, Sikong Chen sat up, frowned, and waved his hand at the two of them. "All right, the two of you go and prepare for an urgent meeting at the base. Halt all operations immediately." Han Xiao and Wei Haichao looked at each other and left Sikong Li's office. They immediately went to make the necessary preparations. Since their entire plan had been exposed, it was no longer appropriate to resort to conspiracies. Since schemes didn't work, they would use open schemes. Their original plan was to reduce the consumption of weapons. Now that the situation had changed, since they couldn't reduce it anymore, they would use a more violent method. Lin Qiao quickly received the news that Lin Feng and Qiu Lily had successfully returned. Lin Feng, Qiu Lily, and Lin Kuei brought the report to Lin Qiao's office to report the situation. "What do you think they used to lure those underground creatures?" Lin Feng asked as the three of them sat around Lin Qiao's desk. Lin Qiao looked at the report in his hand that he deliberately refused to show her. She raised her eyebrows and said, "If they wanted to lure them, they would have to use drugs to confuse their consciousness if they didn't use what they wanted to eat the most. Anyway, Huaxia is good at this kind of trick." Lin Feng also raised his eyebrows at her. You should have used both methods. It's possible to use both. You're right, they used both methods at the same time. As he spoke, he looked at Chiu Lily and Lin Kuei and said, right? Chiu Lily nodded. She took out a glass bottle filled with red liquid and showed it to Lin Qiao. He showed it to Lin Qiao and said, look, this is what the Huaxia people used on the underground creatures. But before they had the chance to use it, we had already taken care of them. I used this medicine to test it out. The smell of the medicine will make the underground creatures go berserk and enter a state similar to the manic state of our metahumans. They've entered a state similar to the manic state of our previous paranormals, and their hunger has also increased by several stages. In other words, these exotic beasts were going berserk and hungry at the same time. An instinctive hunger and the madness of losing their minds were intertwined. At this time, keeping the food that they wanted to eat the most to attract them meant that they would chase after them desperately. Apart from this, they also brought a few cars of ordinary people over. It seems that after using the medicine on the underground creatures, they will use these people to attract them to the periphery of our base. Chiu Lily put the glass bottle on the table and continued to speak to Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao didn't look surprised. After all, she had already guessed this kind of trick. She leaned forward and took the bottle of medicine. She first put it under her nose and sniffed it before unscrewing the lid. There was a strange smell coming from the bottle. It wasn't unpleasant, but it wasn't pleasant either. She squinted to look at the energy inside and found that there were two mixed colors of energy in the liquid. The two colors, fluorescent green and fluorescent purple, were mixed together and swam around like fluorescent liquid. She squinted at the energy and sniffed it again before putting the lid back on. The energy in the liquid has no effect on us zombies or humans. But the reason why the underground creatures reacted to it should be related to the energy in the bodies of the underground creatures. She studied the liquid and confirmed that it wasn't dangerous to them before speaking. There are about 1,000 people who were brought here as bait. There are ordinary people and metahumans among them. But the metahumans have been given medicine to suppress the energy of their abilities. They are inferior to ordinary people. Why does Huaxia always like to use living people as bait? What are the people in his base to him? Lin Feng frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Chapter 1394. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who didn't like the fact that Huaxia always used living people as bait. Even Lin Qiao frowned slightly. At a time when humans were rare, using living people as bait or experimental subjects was even more unacceptable than before the apocalypse. Have you asked about their identities in Huaxia? Who are they? Lin Qiao looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, actually, we don't need to ask to know that they are the people that Huaxia wants to get rid of. They are sick, hungry, weak, seriously injured, and so on. 90% of them are ordinary people. More than 100 of them are metahumans. They might have committed crimes and been sentenced to death. No matter who they were sent here. Since they were sent here, they wouldn't be able to go back alive. But the people from Huaxia didn't expect that Lin Qiao would know about their operation. Then he sent people to ambush them. That way, the people who were used as bait didn't die. Lin Feng and Chiu Lily brought them back to Huaxia base and sent them to Lin Hao's medical center for treatment. Lin Qiao said, yeah, looks like Lin Hao is going to be busy. Although not all of the thousands of people were sent to the medical center, at least half of them needed treatment. That's true. Anyway, he's not in the mood to find a wife. Let him be. Lin Feng first nodded his head, then ridiculed. As he spoke, he passed the operation report in his hand to Lin Qiao. In the afternoon, Xie Dong suddenly appeared at the door of Lin Qiao's office. He walked in with a set of intelligence documents, his expression a little solemn. What's the matter? Lin Qiao saw his expression and couldn't help but ask. Xie Dong walked over and stood in front of her desk, handing her the report. He said, Sikong Chen has suspended all his plans. When Lin Qiao heard this, he handed over the information and opened it to take a look. After reading it, she didn't show any emotion on her face. Instead, she revealed a thoughtful expression. Seems like Sikong Chen already knows about Haiqing. But that's right, the people in Haiqing suddenly lost contact. He will definitely notice it. I believe he will soon receive the news that the underground creatures have failed. Hee. She smiled faintly. Just imagining Sikong Chen's expression made him feel good. Xie Dong looked at her expressionlessly and said, not very soon, he has already received it. Lin Qiao looked at him with some surprise and said, oh, he's quite timely. That's why he stopped all the plans. What he's going to do next is probably change the plan, Xie Dong said. Lin Qiao nodded. Then you definitely have to change it. If you find out that your plan has been discovered by the enemy, aren't you going to change? Since the effect of catching them off guard was gone, there was no point in taking action. I wonder how Sikong Chen is going to deal with us next. However, Lin Qiao was not worried that Sikong Chen would come up with a new plan. Since Sikong Chen already knew that his plan had been discovered by them, he would definitely think that they and Sea City would also strengthen their defenses. It was no longer possible for him to use underhanded methods, unless he used the hard way. I'll keep an eye on them, Xie Dong said. After Xie Dong left, Lin Qiao called Duanwan in. He asked her, haven't we interrogated the double agent who secretly provided us with information? Duanwan shook her head. I didn't get any information, but that group of people has been caught. Could it be that the person isn't actually a member of their organization? Lin Qiao said in confusion, if he isn't a member of their organization, how could he know so much about those people? Duanwan also showed a puzzled expression and said, then why didn't he reveal his identity? Wouldn't he be exempted from the base's punishment this way? After catching Lu Meiqing and her group, Lin Feng had sent people to record their statements. At the same time, he also hinted to the person who provided him with the information not to wait. If he revealed his identity at this time, he would be able to get a lighter punishment. However, no one paid attention to his hint. Among the dozens of people, no one said that they were the person who provided them with accurate information. Lin Qiao couldn't help but ask curiously, who is it? If he doesn't reveal his identity, then we can't get rid of this group of people. If they got rid of the other party as well, wouldn't it seem like their base was immoral and inhumane? After all, they had helped you. On the other side, Lin Qiao was keeping an eye on the movements in Huaxia while dealing with matters in the base. On the other side of Haiqing, Xiao Yunlong and Wu Qingyue were making a plan to rescue Li Yushan's brother. Of course, they did not cancel Li Yushan's punishment just because he was forced to betray the base. After all, you have done something wrong. No matter what your reason is, you have to bear the consequences of what you have done. So Li Yushan was locked up in prison. If he wanted to come out, it would depend on his performance inside. It was just that Li Yushan was disheartened and lifeless all day long. After a few days in prison, his beard was already unkempt and he looked dispirited. One day, Xiao Liqing came to see him. Seeing him like this, he couldn't help but say to him, do you have to be like this? Cheer up, otherwise who will take care of your brother when he comes back? Hearing him mention his brother, Li Yushan's face finally showed some reaction. He slowly raised his head and looked at Xiao Liqing with a pair of gray eyes. My brother, what do you mean? Xiao Liqing sat across the table from him and said, the leader is now trying to find a way to rescue your brother from Huaxia, so you have to be mentally prepared. Maybe you can see your brother again. Li Yushan was stunned at first, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at Xiao Liqing's disbelief, He opened his mouth and asked, "What you said is true? Is the leader really going to send people to save my brother?" "Why?" Xiao Liqing sighed at him. "You have been with the leader for so long, don't you understand him? At work, he treats us as subordinates, but when did he really treat us as his subordinates? He's always treated us like brothers, including you. What's comforting is that you are not doing such a thing out of your own heart." Li Yushan looked at him quietly, and after a while, he slightly lowered his eyes. "I know, but I can't watch my little brother die again without me knowing. I owe him several lives." Xiao Liqing nodded. "Well, we all know about your matters. So aren't you thinking of a way? So don't look like you are waiting for death. Cheer up and wait for the good news." After saying this, Xiao Liqing left. Chapter 1395. But before Wu Qingyue and Xiao Yunlong could collect information about Li Yueshan's younger brother Li Yuehe and design a rescue plan. Strangely enough, someone sent over information about Li Yuehe's location and his current situation. Xiao Yunlong looked at the information that Huang Ming brought over, looking at him blankly. "Who gave it to you?" Huang Ming shook his head. "The other party sent you the information anonymously. When I found it, it was placed outside the security room at the entrance of the residential area where you live. I asked the security guards and they all said they didn't know who put it there. When I checked the surveillance, I only saw a masked guy come over and then quickly left." Xiao Yunlong looked at the information in his hand, becoming more and more silent. After a while, he put the information on the table. The other party not only sent news about Li Yuehe, but also about Xikong Chen's change of plan. He thought for a moment, then said to Huang Ming, "Go and verify this information to see if it's true. We have expected that Xikong Chen would change his plan. You should focus on verifying Li Yuehe's information." "Yes." Huang Ming nodded and went out. The next day, Huang Ming came back with the verified information. "It's true. Li Yuehe is indeed in Lu Jinan's laboratory, being studied on blood. His blood seemed to have undergone some kind of special change after being poisoned. Now, all the blood in his body contained a strange energy. Lu Jinan is using this energy to study something, but there doesn't seem to be any results." Huang Ming stood in front of Xiao Yunlong's desk and reported the current situation of Li Yuehe. Xiao Yunlong frowned slightly when he heard this. Since Li Yuehe was being used for this kind of research, then his body was definitely being carefully preserved and guarded. But after so many years, Lu Jinan still hasn't found anything, and he didn't know what was there to study. And this Li Yuehe was still alive. It should be the mutation of his body that gave him a chance to survive. Who is it that leaked the information about China? What is the purpose? Is there a grudge against China? Or is it just to retaliate against Xikong Chen? Xiao Yunlong thought for a moment and asked. Huang Ming shook his head. He also couldn't figure out the other party's purpose. However, since the information sent by the other party was effective, if there wasn't any special reason, it might be that they wanted to disrupt Huaxia's operation. However, this didn't make sense. If it was just to take revenge on China or Xikong Chen, there was no need to investigate Li Yuehe's information. Because in the Huaxia base, Lu Jinan and Hu Zhiyong had secretly experimented on more than one person. Or did the other party want them to rescue everyone who was being studied? But the other party didn't make such a request. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. Although they had verified the authenticity of the information, they could not be sure that they would not be ambushed. Because he wasn't sure of the other party's intentions, he couldn't tell if there were any tricks involved. Then what do we do now? Huang Ming asked. Xiao Yunlong said, I need to discuss this matter with old Wu first. Then Xiao Yunlong took the information given by others to Wu Qingyue and told him the situation. Since they're kind enough to send us information, then no matter what, we'll have to deal with them. We still have to act, no matter what their intentions are. Even if it's a trap, we have to jump into it. If we don't even try, how can we save people? After Wu Qingyue understood the situation, he gave his opinion. What if the other party really has bad intentions? Xiao Yunlong asked worriedly. Wu Qingyue said, that depends on the adaptability of our own people. In other words, the people sent out this time must know how to adapt to sudden situations when they encounter any situation. But it was right to make several preparations. After all, under the preparation of several plans, there would always be a set of plans that would succeed. Then who are we going to send? Xiao Yunlong looked at Wu Qingyue and asked. Since they were going to sneak into the Huaxia base camp to save people, then they certainly couldn't send ordinary people. Wu Qingyue thought for a moment and suddenly said, well, I'll borrow a few people from the Universal Base. When Xiao Yunlong heard that he wanted to borrow people from the Universal Base, he couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Borrow who? Elmar, this guy is also an expert in stealth. And her ability to act has always been good. While going there to save people, we can also inquire about Xikong Chen's next plan. Wu Qingyue said with a smile. Xiao Yunlong nodded. You think the same as me, but will Chief Lu be willing to lend us? Wu Qingyue glanced at him. Why not? It is also very important to inquire about information, not to mention that Xikong Chen already knows that his entire plan has been leaked. So wouldn't it be better if we can also know about his next change of plan? Xiao Yunlong had nothing to say. So, more than an hour later, Lin Qiao received a message from Wu Qingyue asking to borrow people. Elmar hadn't come back yet, and was still collecting energy nuclei for her these days. But she didn't object to Wu Qingyue's request. She thought about it and asked Elmar to collect the latest information in Huaxia. Combined with the intelligence network that Xie Dong had previously spread, they should be able to get deeper secret information. After thinking about it, she asked someone to call Chiu Lily over. You go and replace Elmar and ask her to come back. Then you follow Lin Kuei to continue her previous task, collect a large number of energy nuclei and send them back. I want to see how many level 5 and 6 paranormal Xikong Chen has to resist our zombie army. Chiu Lily didn't have any objection to the new task. Anyway, she happened to be free now. After coming out, Chiu Lily immediately went to find Lin Kuei. And Lin Kuei was staying at his sister Lin Jing's place, eating. When Chiu Lily came, Lin Jing smiled and pulled her to the table to sit down. He said to her, I heard that you guys at Base 2 occasionally eat some special meat, so I went to Minister Cheng to exchange some for you guys to try. I can't always eat while the two of you sit around doing nothing. I suddenly realized that I seem to be raising two big pets, thinking of getting food for you when I have nothing to do. Other people get cat food and dog food, but you call this zombie food. Now, Lin Jing, under the careful care of Lin Kuei, had become a lot more cheerful. Her entire body had also become plump. She no longer looked sallow and emaciated like before. She no longer looked sickly. The two zombies who were treated as pets, Chiu Lily looked at Lin Jing holding two clean plates of food for the two of them. It was raw meat, and it smelled like the meat had been soaked in Lin Qiao's space lake. It didn't smell much, but it had indeed become the basic food of the second base. Chapter 1396. Did you use your own points to exchange for it? Chiu Lily said to Ling Jing unhappily when she saw it. Ling Jing was also working in the medical center because she used to go there often because of her health. Later, after the adjustment, he got a job there so that he could have a living condition in the base. With Lin Kuei around, she wouldn't starve to death. But she didn't want to be idle. She had to find something to do. However, she didn't earn many points in the medical center. Besides, the meat could have been brought over by her or Lin Kuei if they wanted to eat it. Qiu Lily pouted to express her unhappiness. But Ling Jing was happy because it was the first time he made food for her and Lin Kuei. Therefore, he felt like he had finally become a parent. Seeing Ling Jing in a good mood, Lin Kuei didn't say anything. But he looked at the raw meat in front of him, then at Qiu Lily's. He thought about the cat food, dog food, and corpse food his sister mentioned. A strange feeling inexplicably flashed through his heart. Why did he feel like he really was a pet? Should he turn into a panther and eat it? We have a mission in a while, so we're going out. This mission might take a few days or even more than 10 days. Qiu Lily took the metal knife and fork Ling Jing prepared for her, inserted a piece of meat, and put it in her mouth elegantly. He only said that after he finished eating. Is there another mission? You guys have been on a lot of missions recently. Ling Jing was stunned for a moment before he said calmly. Qiu Lily nodded. Yes, because it's been a busy period. She was referring to Sikong Chen and Huaxia. Lin Kuei picked up the meat with his chopsticks. Qiu Lily suddenly found that her cutlery was different from Lin Kuei's. She asked Ling Jing in confusion, "Hey, why is he using chopsticks, but I have a knife and fork?" She wasn't a Westerner. Ling Jing smiled and said, "Yes, I thought you would look good with a knife and fork. So I prepared a knife and fork for you." Qiu Lily was speechless. Was he complimenting her? After the meal, Qiu Lily and Lin Kuei left Lin Jing's house to look for Elmarch. When he found Elmar's place, Elmar was leading a group of people to besiege a level 7 zombie. Basically, she was the main attacker while the other rank first kings harassed her from the side. Bang! Even if they had more people on their side, Elmar was still sent flying to the wall. Because this level 7 zombie was an assault type, metal type. The evil aura on its body was very strong, and its whole body reeked of blood and stench. There was not only the scent of mutated beasts in the blood, but also the scent of humans. This was a zombie king that wasn't picky with its food because it even ate animals. Generally, zombies were not interested in animals, especially mutated beasts. Moreover, when it was in battle, it had a special skill, which was to absorb the surrounding metal to its body. Then, it melted and compressed into a thick layer of armor that was impervious to swords and spears. Elmar was at the same level as it. Even if she shape-shifted and used her claws to scratch it, it would be blocked by this layer of armor. Moreover, the opponent's strength was not bad either. His reaction and attack were both very strong. Therefore, Elmar fell into a bitter battle, wasting time with the opponent. Moreover, she was not the one who found this level 7 zombie first. It was the opponent who found her first. Maybe it was attracted by the same level of its own kind. In the eyes of these wild zombies, if they met someone of the same level, it was either you die or I die. Anyway, both sides wanted to devour each other's zombie core to strengthen themselves, not to mention that this level 7 zombie had a very high IQ. She knew that it was not easy to find someone of the same level as her, so now that she met it, she would not let it go. Wow, so miserable. Qiu Lily threw a fireball at the level 7 metal-type zombie as soon as she arrived, then jumped to Elmar's side and bent down to look at her. She and Lin Kuei had sensed the energy of this level 7 zombie from afar. Therefore, they had concealed their own energy and sneaked over. And this level 7 zombie was fighting fiercely with Elmar, so it did not notice the other two zombies of the same level coming from afar. Therefore, after Qiu Lily and Lin Kuei concealed their energy, it was even more impossible to detect them. Pft pft, I can still fight with it. Elmar climbed out of the wall with a dirty face, spat out 2 mouthfuls of sand, stood up and said. Then she looked at her confusedly, Huh? Why are you two here? While they were talking, Lin Kuei had already turned into a big black panther and was fighting with the level 2 metal-type king. Xiao Qiao asked us to come. She said that she wanted to swap you back. There is another task for you. Qiao Lily looked at her, then raised her hand and waved a super hot fireball. Oh, that's good. I'll bring this level 7 corpse core back as well. Let the leader use its zombie core to add another level 2 king to our army. After Elmar used her claws to wipe the dust off her face, she did not know that the more she wiped, the worse it got. She flicked her tail and went invisible, then quietly sneaked behind the metal-type zombie. After the sudden appearance of Qiao Lily and Lin Kuei, the level 7 metal-type zombie was obviously stunned. When it saw the three of them attacking it together, it immediately felt a sense of danger, so it turned around and wanted to run. However, it was thrown back by Elmar, who had already sneaked behind it with her big tail. Elmar's lizard tail was very powerful. The metal-type zombie that was thrown back was pressed down by the Black Panther, then it opened its mouth and bit its neck. Crack! Although the Black Panther's teeth were very sharp, it could only bite through the metal-type zombie's thick outer layer of metal armor. It could not bite the inside of its neck. If they wanted to break through its armor, they would need to exhaust the energy of its zombie core or burn it with a high temperature. After being burned for a long time, steel would become soft. But that would take some time. As a result, 2 animal type and 1 long-range attacker, the 3 of them surrounded a defense-type attacker. In the end, while Elmar and Lin Kuei patted it with their claws like a ball, Qiao Lily kept burning it, increasing the consumption of its energy. Because it had to resist Qiao Lily's super hot melting, it needed the energy in its own zombie core to maintain. In the end, it was killed when it had no energy to maintain its ability and could not turn into metal. Sigh, the energy in the zombie core has been consumed a lot. After digging out the zombie core, Elmar said with some dissatisfaction. For zombies that had consumed all their energy, the energy in the zombie core would be much weaker after death. However, for a level 6 king, it was still a very strong energy. Chapter 1397. It took 3 of them to kill a level 7 zombie. Of course, if it wasn't a metal-type zombie, it would have been easier. Elmar took the level 2 zombie core and a bunch of level 5 and 6 zombie cores back to the base. When she found Lin Qiao, she put the 30 zombie cores on her table. Here's what we got. Lin Qiao looked and was surprised. Huh? There's a level 7 zombie. Normally, Elmar, as a level 2 king, shouldn't be able to kill a zombie of the same level. Elmar nodded. Yes, Lily and the others came. This guy came to find me. If it was me, I wouldn't be able to kill it. Lin Qiao nodded and looked at it. Seeing that it was a metal type, she put it aside and said, metal type. We have a few level 6 metal type zombies. Who should I give it to? Old Gua, Old 8, Mo, and the 2 metal-type zombies in the army. There were 5 people in total. The first one to follow her was Old Gua. Should she give it to him? Elmar didn't say anything. It didn't matter who she gave it to. In the end, Lin Qiao thought about it and gave the level 7 metal corpse core to Old Gua. After all, this old man was the first metal-type zombie to follow her. Oh, right. Lily said I have a new mission. Seeing that Lin Qiao had decided to give the level 7 metal-type zombie core to someone, she asked what her new mission was. Lin Qiao nodded. Yes, Ocean City borrowed a few people from me. I want you to lead a team and work with them. You have 2 missions. The first is to cooperate with Ocean City and save someone. The second is to gather information about Sikong Chen's next action plan. Find out how he plans to deal with Ocean City and us. Elmar looked at her curiously. Save someone. Save who? Lin Qiao looked at her and said, you know Li Yushan, right? He's one of the spies in Ocean City. But he has a brother who is controlled by China. Do you understand what I mean? Of course, Elmar knew what was going on. If his brother was controlled by China, then he must have been threatened. Plus, although Elmar wasn't familiar with Li Yushan, she knew of his existence. Oh, so Li Yushan has a younger brother. Elmar looked at Lin Qiao in surprise and asked. Lin Qiao nodded. Yes, that's what Sea City said. They said that Li Yushan's brother is being experimented on in China's laboratory. Elmar frowned. Another experiment. This Huaxia is really. Why don't they use people as bait or experiment on them? Lin Qiao smiled and said, soon, he will know the consequences of using people as bait and experiments. This time, the group of people that Lin Feng and the rest had brought back were important witnesses. Moreover, Haiqing's rescue this time was not just a simple rescue mission. When Xikong Chen and the rest were doing these things, the 2 million survivors in China did not know about it. If this news were to spread to their base, it would be up to Xikong Chen to deal with it. As a base for human survivors, they used humans as experiments or used them as bait. This went against the original purpose of building the base. Elmar's eyes flashed as she looked at her with uncertainty. She asked, hey, you mean, you want to make the first move? A cold light flashed in Lin Qiao's eyes as she said, do you think I will allow them to keep harassing my base like this? We have to fight back. But Xikong Chen mainly wants to deal with Haiqing. There are Wu Qingyue and Xiao Yunlong there. This time, he knows that his plan has been exposed, so he will definitely make a new plan. He was the one who taught us how to stab people in the back. This is called an eye for an eye. When Elmar heard her words, her expression froze. She couldn't help but ask, but, if we do this, won't there be enough time? I'm sure he's going to implement a new plan soon. Lin Qiao said to her meaningfully, how much time does this need? It doesn't take too much time to spread the news. All you need to do is expose his laboratory when you go there and let the people that Lin Feng brought back as bait testify for you. These people should also hate Xikong Chen very much now. After all, anyone would have hatred in their heart after being treated like this. Especially among the paranormals, many of them were originally dissatisfied with Huaxia or knew about the shady business that Xikong Chen had done behind the scenes. That was why they were arrested and sentenced to death. Elmar's eyes lit up as she said, you want to make Xikong Chen's base fall into chaos when he brings his army to attack Haiqing. This was indeed very similar to the method that Xikong Chen used to spread the virus in Haiqing. That afternoon, Elmar brought 5 level 1 kings to Haiqing. These newly promoted level 1 kings were all Logia types. Logia types were very good at concealment, so they were very suitable for this small operation. Elmar brought Lin Qiao's plan to Wu Qingyue. After seeing it, Wu Qingyue expressed his full support. Lin Qiao, Lin Feng, and Yuan Tianqing also began to discuss the operation plan. Now, Lin Feng was in charge of persuading the victims that Lin Feng brought back. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. The victims who came out of Huaxia agreed to it without hesitation. Of course, not all of them, because half of them were still lying in the infirmary. Recently, Lin Wenwen had completely become Yuan Tianqing's assistant because Lin Qiao forced the two to work together. Lin Wenwen would always be unable to control himself from taking care of Yuan Tianqing. He worked very hard to check the information for Yuan Tianqing and took care of Yuan Tianqing's daily life. Yuan Tianqing's body had yet to recover and he lacked energy. Even if he could work, he could not work as hard as he used to. Although he wanted to, Lin Wenwen was now by his side openly and was very strict with his working hours and rest time. This made Yuan Tianqing somewhat at a loss as he did not know what to do. Although his heart did not want to cooperate with what Lin Wenwen said, his body was very cooperative. He said he was tired, he said he was paralyzed, and he said he had no strength. Therefore, with his body crippled, what else could he say? Okay, it's dinner time. Put down the document in your hand. Just when he thought that he was almost a cripple, he heard Lin Wenwen's voice coming from the door. Yuan Tianqing said helplessly, I say, can you let me finish reading the document in my hand? Yuan Tianqing, who was used to finishing his work to a certain extent, was really not used to being called up on time to eat when it was time. Lin Wenwen glanced at him coldly. No, eating well is also to help you recover faster. You know that your body needs rest, so don't take your body lightly. Chapter 1398. Do you think I'm being a busybody? You have to know that you're working for my sister. If you're really crippled, then wouldn't my brother have to increase his workload? So even if you want to work hard, you have to have a body that can work first. Lin Wenwen nagged as she placed the food in the lunchbox on the coffee table in his office. Then she stood up straight and turned to look at him. Under her piercing gaze, Yuan Tianqing surrendered in less than 3 seconds every time. When he came over to eat, Lin Wenwen walked to his desk and looked at the documents he had been reading. She found that it was a new action plan for the Huaxia Empire. After she finished reading the plan, she said, it seems that Sikong Qin went for wool and came home shorn. Yuan Tianqing dragged a chair over and sat in front of the coffee table. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks and began to eat. As he ate, he said, Sikong Qin reaped what he sowed. Did he really think that he could annex other bases just because he had more weapons and more troops than others? He wanted to control all the bases in the country. He had a lot of ideas, but he used them in the wrong place. Recently, Sikong Chen's actions had become bolder and bolder, and he had become more and more undisguised. His ambition was exposed everywhere. If he could put his ideas outside of the major bases and the peaceful coexistence of humans, perhaps the future development of humans would be faster. He didn't think about how to improve the survival of the people in his base. He didn't think about what kind of life the next generation of humans would have to live. Instead, he thought about dealing with other bases all day long. He really didn't know if there was something wrong with his brain. Lin Wenwen looked at him and said, everyone's ideas are different, and everyone wants different things. You can't force your own ideas onto others. Anyway, if some people want to die, then let them go. In any case, you can pull back his body, but you can't pull back his heart that wants to die. After saying that, she put down the plan in her hand and began to organize the documents on Yuan Tianqing's desk. He separated the ones that he hadn't dealt with and those that he had dealt with. Seeing her movements, Yuan Tianqing knew that his work for the night could only be delayed until tomorrow. After dinner, he had to go home and sleep. He couldn't sneak his work back with him. Elmar brought her people to Haiqing to meet up with her team before heading to China for a mission. Lin Qiao stayed in the base to deal with the underworld creatures. At the same time, he had to level up a large number of zombies at night. With Qiu Lily and Lin Kuei replacing Elmar, the 2 level 7 zombies managed to get 1.5 times more energy nuclei. Over the past 2 days, more and more energy cores had been sent back. At this time, Mo Yen, who hadn't appeared for a long time, returned to the base with his female zombie. His level had also been restored to level 7. It had stabilized. Hey, I thought you had forgotten what we talked about. Lin Qiao looked at the male zombie in front of him with a crooked mouth and said. This guy's face was still very pleasing to the eye, if it wasn't for the weird smile on his face that ruined his facial features. On Mo Yan's perfect face, his long hair was messy and a few strands of fringe hung down in front of his forehead. He was dressed in black and sat on the sofa in Lin Qiao's office. His long legs were crossed on the coffee table. The female zombie in the white dress stood beside him like a bodyguard. What? Don't you welcome me back? Mo Yen looked at Lin Xiao and smiled at her. This smile looked even more evil, like the prince of the demon world. His aura was still very strong, although he hadn't recovered to his peak. But now that he had recovered to level 7, he had some confidence. Lin Xiao shrugged, "It doesn't matter if you come back or not. Anyway, when I need you, I will send people to find you. I came back to know, when are you going to take care of those people from China? And I have a request, can you leave Sikong Li's life for me to kill him?" Mo Yen looked at her and said. Lin Xiao was curious, why leave him to you? Does he have a grudge against you? Suddenly, she thought of something and her eyes flashed. Then she asked, could it be him too? Mo Yen nodded at her, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yeah, if he didn't eat my flesh. Would it be that easy for him to reach level 8? Lin Xiao finally understood, and that's fine, as long as he dies, it doesn't matter who does it. But with your current strength, I'm afraid you can't kill him, right? Although he was a very strong lightning element, he didn't even know if he could win against the level 8 fire element Sikong Qin with his current level 7, let alone kill him. However, Mo Yen raised his eyebrows at her and smiled, who said I'm going to deal with him alone. You can help me beat him half to death, then I'll finish him off. Lin Xiao was speechless. So this guy wanted her to be his damage output and help him cut off all his HP first, leaving the remaining HP for him to finish him off. Anyway, when you beat him half to death, you'll be tired. Then I'll help you clean up. As long as he's dead, it doesn't matter who comes. Seeing Lin Xiao's face turn black, Missouri Yen continued to smile at her. Then I might as well use a big skill and kill him cleanly. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes and said, since you want me to help you fight, then you should at least give me some benefits, right? Is this enough? Mo Yen was silent for a while, then suddenly reached out to the female zombie behind him. Then the female zombie in the white dress put her small black bag in his hand. Mo Yen opened the zipper of the very feminine small bag and put it on the coffee table. He didn't know what method he used, but when the small bag was closed, Lin Xiao didn't feel anything. However, as soon as he opened it, several energy auras suddenly spread out from the bag. Lin Xiao sensed that the bag was filled with energy cores. From the aura, there were zombie cores, mutant plant cores, mutant beast cores, etc. Looking at the bulging small bag, there must be a lot of them. There are a total of 193 energy cores, zombie, plant, mutant beast cores. There are 3 level 7 cores, but they are all plant cores. 38 level 6 cores, 152 level 5 cores. Mo Yen put the bag on the table and leaned on the sofa while looking at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at the bag and nodded, that's enough. Mo Yan's handsome face smiled at her again. Then, he raised his hand and combed the hair in front of his forehead coquettishly. Then he asked, oh, by the way, do you have a good hairdresser here? I want to cut my hair. Lin Xiao was speechless. In the end, she let this guy go to the plantation to find Lu Jun to cut his hair. Chapter 1399. For the sake of this small bag of energy cores, Lin Xiao agreed to let Mo Yen deal the final blow to Sikong Qin. On the other side, Elmar and Haiqing's people went to rescue Li Yushan's brother Li Yuhe. Kong Qingming also sent a dozen level 4 and 5 subordinates. Their strength was much weaker than Elmar's side. Although Elmar only had 6 people, they had 1 level 7 and 5 level 6, and they were all zombies. Their combat power was all over there. Your leader is really generous. It's one thing if you come. But you actually sent 5 level 6. Are level 6 cabbages over there? So cheap. Kong Qingming said to Elmar when he saw her. Elmar glanced at him and said, "You don't like it? Then I'll send them back to exchange for a few level 5 ones." You're right, our base doesn't lack level 5 or 6 ones. They already had a bunch of level 7 ones. Kong Qingming immediately shook his head. No, these are fine. These are suitable, no need to change. So they got on the car and quietly left Haiqing. In order to cultivate tacit understanding for this mission, the people from both bases sat together. Oh right, how do you plan to deal with Li Yushan? After all, he also did that kind of thing. Elmar was a bit curious, so she asked Kong Qingming, who was in the front passenger seat. Kong Qingming tilted his head and said to her, he'll be locked up for at least a few more years. But it depends on his performance. If he can make up for his crime, his sentence will be reduced accordingly. Make up for his crime. Elmar looked at him with a bit of confusion. Kong Qingming said, if we can successfully bring his brother back, then he'll be able to settle his heart. So in this war with China, he can still go on missions. Elmar nodded. Oh, so they'll still give him a chance, right? Kong Qingming nodded. Of course, he can only move outside when he's on a mission. After the war is over, he'll be judged again based on his merits. Our base is very humane, all the rules are judged based on the severity of the case. We're not as cold-blooded and heartless as China. If it was in China, such a crime wouldn't even have a chance to make up for his crime. You would be executed immediately. China did not care whether your motive was voluntary or coerced. How do you think Sikong Qin will deal with us next? His plot has already been seen through by us, and we've even ruined his plans twice in a row. Do you think he will hate us? Elmar asked him at this time. Kong Qingming said, oh, he hates your leader very much now. I only hate your leader. When Elmar heard this, she realized that Sikong Qin only hated their leader. Why? Why? Kong Qingming smiled and said, you probably don't know, but this Sikong Qin has already guessed that the information he leaked was found out by your leader. So, these 2 operations were intercepted because your leader brought back his secret plans, right? At that time, he was so angry that his face turned from green to black. It was as if the whole world owed him. Our leader reckons that his next operation will mainly target our base, but he won't let your base off either. Hearing that Sikong Qin was so angry that his face turned green and black, Elmar laughed coldly and said, ah, serves him right. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. He was the one who wanted to harm people, but he didn't allow people to resist. Speaking up to this point, she paused for a moment and then said, oh right, how confident are you in your rescue plan? Do you know the details of the mission location? Do you have the blueprints? Kong Qingming took a copy and handed it to her. I originally wanted to tell you in detail over there, but I'll let you take a look first. Elmar opened it and looked at it carefully. There were 2 copies of the map. One was the overall map of China's base, and the other was the building structure of the target location. There were also various hints and the location of Li Yuashan's brother. Looking at the details of the target location, Elmar was a little surprised and asked Kong Qingming, huh? This map of the target location is very detailed, and this information is all confidential, right? How did you get it? Only an insider who is very familiar with the situation could get this information, right? Kong Qingming's beautiful face smiled and said, you can see that too. It seems that you learned a lot in your base. That's right, someone did provide this information. We also sent people to verify it seriously, and it's all true. From what you said, it was provided by someone else. I thought that you had already sent people to infiltrate, and now it's the right time to send the information back. When Elmar heard this, she guessed that this information was not obtained by their people. And, it's indeed not from our side, Kong Qingming replied. She didn't know if it was because he had a girlfriend, but Kong Qingming's temperament became a little more robust. His face also looked a lot more masculine. It was no longer like before, where it was hard to distinguish between a man and a woman. Especially now that he had a crew cut. Someone provided you with information. Who is it? Elmar asked subconsciously. I don't know, the other party didn't reveal their identity, Kong Qingming replied. Elmar frowned slightly. It can't be a trap, right? After all, this kind of unknown information wasn't very safe. Kong Qingming turned back and said to her, we had the same suspicions at the beginning, but we couldn't think of the other party's motive. So we have to be prepared for this mission. This is a trap. Stay alert and act according to the situation. You guys are really reckless. Elmar couldn't help but complain to him. Just like this, they arrived at a place more than 10 kilometers away from the Huaxia base, then temporarily found a hidden place to stop. Then they began to discuss the plan of action. Kong Qingming took out the map that he gave to Elmar and said, we will split into 3 teams and have 3 plans. We will first try Plan A, we will first go in to save people, and after that, we will gather information on Sikong Chen's next step. The first plan is to trouble you to bring your team and summon a small zombie tide outside of Huaxia, create chaos, and divert their attention. Then I will bring people to infiltrate the target location. If our infiltration fails, then we will use Plan B. We will directly attack. If it doesn't work, then we can only use the last plan. When Elmar saw that he stopped, she asked, what's the last plan? Kong Qingming stared at her and said, the last plan is for you to sneak in and save people yourself. So if the first plan fails, then you can only rely on yourself. We can only cover for you from outside. Elmar. She inexplicably felt that they were waiting for her. Chapter 1400. Sikong Chen was in a meeting with the others in the conference room, thinking about whether they should attack Haiqing or something else. If they wanted to attack Haiqing, they would need a proper reason. His original plan was to secretly control the underground creatures to attack Haiqing and then spread the virus in Haiqing. Then he would use the crime of breaking the rules to attack Haiqing. Of course, this breaking the rules could be blamed on Haiqing. Anyway, as long as the virus was leaked, they would have to bear the consequences. What reason do you have to suppress Haiqing? Your original plan has already been seen through. You can't attack them for no reason. Wei Haichao looked at the others and then at Sikong Chen. Sikong Chen's face had been dark recently. He said coldly, what reason do I need? There's no need. The others were slightly startled. They glanced at him and then revealed a thoughtful expression. You're thinking of not using a reason. Just attack. Lu Jinan looked at him and said. Everyone looked at Sikong Chen. Sikong Chen snorted, that's right. Why do we have to use a reason? You guys came up with all kinds of plans before, but haven't they all been seen through? Let's use force. Let's see if they have the same strength as us. But won't this cause opposition from the other bases? It will also cause resentment among the survivors in our base. What if they cause trouble? Han Shao said that this might not be appropriate. The other bases want to oppose. They won't be able to do so soon. Who will oppose? Black Dragon, Qingshan base, Meng Clan, or Sentient base? What power do they have to oppose us? As for the survivors in our base, it's okay. There are too many people in our base. The food produced by the soilless cultivation isn't enough to feed them. Since they don't want to stay in China, then let them scram. Sikong Chen raised his eyebrows and said expressionlessly. Wei Haichao turned his head to look at the expressions of the others, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "That's not bad, we can spend less effort." "I don't think it's bad." At this moment, an officer with the rank of squad leader walked over quickly from outside the conference room and reported something to Wei Haichao's assistant at the door of the conference room. When Wei Haichao's assistant heard this, his expression froze. Then, he quietly pushed open the door of the conference room. Without disturbing the leaders' meeting, he silently walked behind Wei Haichao, bent down, and whispered into his ear. When his assistant came in, Wei Haichao had already noticed it. When he finished listening, he immediately frowned. Then he turned his head and looked at his assistant with a puzzled look. The assistant nodded. Seeing that Wei Haichao was silent for a few seconds, he waved his hand at him and turned to leave the conference room. Although his actions were very light, the people in the conference room were all leaders. No one would not notice his arrival. Therefore, when he left, everyone's eyes focused on Wei Haichao. After all, in this meeting, if it wasn't a very important situation, these assistants wouldn't directly come in to report to them. Instead, they could wait until they were done with the meeting. After Wei Haichao dismissed his men, he raised his head and looked at everyone. Then he said, "They said there was a group of zombies outside the west gate, but they didn't react to the drugs we drove out. They might be controlled by high-level zombies. Did the corpse repellent not work? How big is it?" Sikong Chen couldn't help but feel annoyed when he heard that the special drug developed by his base to drive out zombies didn't work. He frowned and asked like Wei Haichao. Recently, his actions had been ruined, and nothing good had happened. Now, they said that the corpse repellent that was effective before had lost its effect again. All the things that could ruin his mood were squeezed together. Wei Haichao said, "There are at least tens of thousands of zombies, and they are rushing to the base without any scruples. I don't know what's going on, but I can guess that it might be controlled by a level 2 king. Generally, if there were tens of thousands of zombies that could control the consciousness of low-level zombies, then there would at least be a level 2 king. Only these high-level zombies would ignore the corpse repellent they had scattered within a few kilometers of the base." Sikong Chen suddenly stood up. "I'll go and see what kind of level 2 king zombies dare to provoke us." After saying that, he put on his military hat, turned around, and strode out of the conference room in his thick military boots. It just so happened that he had been suppressing a bellyful of anger recently. He originally wanted to vent it on Haiching, but he didn't expect that someone would come knocking on his door. "That's great. I'll just treat it as an appetizer." Seeing Sikong Chen walk out with a repressed aura, everyone looked at each other. They all shrugged their shoulders and stood up to follow him out. Wei Haichao looked at Han Shao and said with his eyes, "He's too angry recently." Han Shao looked back at him. "This level 2 king is going to be unlucky." Wei Haichao nodded. At this time, outside the base, Elmar was standing at the back of the zombie tide with her people. She would roar from time to time to summon all the zombies nearby. Moreover, Elmar had recently developed a new ability, which was to summon zombie beasts. Perhaps it was because of her Zoan ability. If she transformed into her beast form, there would be another kind of sound wave in her roar, which could attract those zombie beasts. The zombie beasts' mobility had always been much more agile than humans who had turned into zombies. The zombie horde that was summoned by Elmar approached the direction of China's base from afar. Anyway, she didn't really intend to let these zombies attack China's base. She just wanted to create a commotion, bluff, and at the same time, create a diversion. Therefore, while Elmar was constantly summoning zombies to scare China, Kong Qingming had already led his people and successfully infiltrated China's base with the help of the undercover agent that they had previously planted in China. Then, they quickly sneaked towards Li Yuhi's location. The research institute that Li Yuhi was in was previously managed by Hu Zhiyong. Later, after Hu Ziyong courted his own death, Lu Jinan took over the supervision. However, Lu Jinan's mind was mainly on his own research institute, and he didn't pay much attention to the original one that Hu Ziyong was in charge of. However, for Kong Qingming and the others, it was just right. Chapter 1401. Without Hu Ziyong's control, Lu Jinan was not concerned. Therefore, most of the authority of this experimental research institute was in the hands of a deputy director. After all, under Hu Ziyong, he knew the experimental research institute the best, and his research skills were not worse than Hu Ziyong's. He only lacked a bit of special ability talent. Kong Qingming followed the signs on the map and mixed in through a hidden underground passage on the side. Everyone was fully armed and sneaked in with 120% of their concentration. In the end, they sneaked in for a long time, but they did not find any danger at all. Yes, nothing. They walked to the surveillance camera, but the surveillance camera was turned off. They walked to the corridor outside, but there was no one in the corridor. They walked stealthily in the corridor for a few minutes, but no one passed by them. Logically speaking, this was the experimental area. How could there be no one? The more they walked in, the more Kong Qingming felt something was wrong. It was so smooth. Could it really be a trap? Even his team members showed hesitation in their eyes and stared at him from time to time. Boss. This was too smooth. Why did it feel wrong? Kong Qingming replied with a hand gesture, I also feel something is wrong. Everyone be careful. Why did we not see anyone after walking for so long? Moreover, all the surveillance cameras they passed by were turned off. This was too obvious. His map did not say that the surveillance cameras in these areas would be turned off at this time. Could it be that someone was really waiting for him inside? Did the other party want them to sneak in smoothly and use this method to lower their vigilance? Then, when they arrived at Li Yuehe's location, all kinds of ambushes would be waiting for them, right? Thinking of this, Kong Qingming was a little hesitant to continue walking down. Or just use the second plan. But the enemy didn't even have a person. Even if they wanted to attack. There was not even an obstacle. How could this be considered an attack? Or rush to the target point and fight to the death with the other party? Then take advantage of the chaos to rescue the person? Seeing Kong Qingming stop, the other team members stared at him, waiting for his next decision. Looking at their hesitant looks, the person who had been hiding in the dark waiting for them to take the people away was so anxious that he wanted to take a stick and chase them in like chasing ducks. Oh no! He should have taken out a 40-meter-long broadsword to chase them away. I've already helped you get rid of all the obstacles. Hurry up and go save them. What the hell was he hesitating for? Don't tell me you want me to chase you away. So, just as Kong Qingming was hesitating about whether to take his people out or not, an exasperated man's voice suddenly came from the surrounding speakers. I say. Can you hurry up if you want to save him? What was the meaning of stopping here? Fuck, if you guys want to go back just like that, I'll chase you all the way to Sea City and kill you. Why do you think I helped you guys open up all the passages? I'm putting my life on the line for doing this, okay? If you return it now, I'm talking about you. You look like the leader. Why do you look like you're retarded? If he didn't want to save them, then he had to hurry up and take them away. Don't make me waste so much effort to help you today. Kong Qingming and the others who were suddenly scolded by an unknown person, holy shit. That scared them to death, alright. Just when they thought that no one in their team knew about them, someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started scolding them. And he even scolded them for dawdling. This was too much of a test of their heart's endurance. Like a ghost. So when Kong Qingming and the others suddenly heard a clear voice pointing at them and scolding them from the speakers, everyone was dumbfounded. So when they heard the other party say that there was a retarded expression on his face, they subconsciously looked around. Finally, everyone's eyes focused on Kong Qingming's face. Kong Qingming, hurry up, hurry up. I've only given your area half an hour to rest. We'll start moving soon. You guys have to hurry to Area D, it's safe there now. Go quickly. If you dare to leave again, I'll give you laxatives later and let your legs go weak. Kong Qingming and the others, why should I believe you? Kong Qingming, who had finally calmed down, finally regained his senses. He looked up at the speaker above the walkway and asked. Humph. I'm asking you guys to save him because of my friendship with him. If it wasn't for the fact that it's inconvenient for me to send him away, I wouldn't have to pass the information to you guys. Alright, you guys don't need to know this. You just need to know that I won't harm this Li Yuehe. If you guys don't believe me, fine. Then you guys withdraw now, and I'll move Li Yuehe to another place. I'll let you guys sneak in and look for him again. If you find him, you win. The mysterious person snorted coldly and then expressed his disdain for Kong Qingming. Kong Qingming turned his head and looked at the others. After thinking about it, he decided to believe this person's words for the time being. Then, he immediately gestured for everyone to move forward at full speed and left the place with everyone. Although he didn't believe the other party's words in his heart, if there was a 1% chance that what the other party said was true, then they had to take a gamble. If they were really fooled, it didn't matter. Anyway, there was still Elmar outside. She would bring people to sneak in to meet them later. If she found that they had fallen into the trap, she would come to save them first. Seeing that Kong Qingming finally moved toward Li Yuehe with his people, the person behind the speaker breathed a sigh of relief. And when Kong Qingming quickly led his people toward Li Yuehe's direction, there were indeed no more obstacles. However, they still maintained their vigilance, always on guard against any sudden changes in their surroundings. However, there wasn't. Until they arrived in front of Li Yuehe's laboratory, everything was safe and sound. Kong Qingming was still looking around, and then he was about to study how to open the door of this laboratory. The person next to him suddenly reached out and tapped his shoulder. He turned his head and saw that the other party pointed to a corner on the frame of the door that couldn't be seen by the surveillance cameras. There was actually a notice posted on it. The door is open, directly push the door open. Kong Qingming. He didn't know how to describe what he saw. It was like a warning label for passers-by. Did the other party think they were here for a vacation? And even posted a notice. Although he was complaining in his heart, Kong Qingming still carefully twisted the door handle. At the same time, he wondered if this notice was fake. Would it sound an alarm if he twisted it? In the end, it didn't. The door opened. Chapter 1402. Kong Qingming was still thinking about whether the notice was a lie, but when he twisted the door handle, the door opened silently. The surroundings were still quiet, there was no reaction. He immediately opened the door and went in, then the others also followed, leaving 2 people to guard the door. After entering the laboratory, they found that except for the door, it was closed. In the middle of the room, there was a bed against the wall. On the bed was a bald man with his eyes closed. The man's head was full of all kinds of wires, his mouth and nose were covered with a respirator, quietly lying there. His hands that were exposed outside the quilt were also covered with some catheters, the catheters were still flowing with liquid. The man was as thin as firewood, 2 deep eye sockets. But it can be seen that the original appearance also had regular facial features. And he looked very similar to Li Yushan, there was no need to guess whether he was a fake or not. Pada, if you want to directly pull out these catheters in his body, in less than a minute, his life will be over. At this time, the man's voice came from a small speaker in the corner of the ceiling of the laboratory. Then what should I do? Kong Qingming stood by the bed. He really did not dare to move. Originally, he wanted to directly take the person away. Even if he died, he could take his body back to the base and turn him into a zombie. At least he wouldn't be tormented here as a test subject, or thrown out to feed the zombies one day. Now hearing this mysterious man's voice, the other party wanted him to take the living Li Yushan away. Go to the position on the left side of the bed, reach out to the bed board above the bottom of the bed. There is a bottle of medicine and a research report there. The medicine will temporarily suppress the poison in his body, but only for 3 days. Then you can follow the information on this report to collect the things he needs to maintain his life. Then it will depend on the ability of the medical scholars on your side. After the mysterious man finished, he turned off the speaker with a beep sound. Obviously, he did not intend to communicate with Kong Qingming and the others. Kong Qingming did as he said, and sure enough, he found a bag of things on the lower left side of the bed. It was taped there. After tearing it off, he opened the bag inside, and sure enough, there was a bottle of liquid and a research report. He couldn't understand this kind of research report, so he passed it to someone else. The man took the report and quickly read it with a flashlight. Then, he looked up and nodded at Kong Qingming. Kong Qingming did not let Li Yuehe consume the potion. After all, he did not know the identity of that person, nor did he know their intentions. You can't just go with what others say, right? Although he did help him find the person successfully, he still had to be wary of whether this was a trap. Anyway, now that Li Yuehe had been found, they did not come unprepared. Kong Qingming took out another bottle of medicine, then took out Li Yuehe's breathing apparatus and fed it to him. Regarding Li Yuehe's situation, Li Yushan had already started to investigate Li Yuehe's situation and his body's data after he found out that his brother was still alive. Although he couldn't bring back his brother's entire body, he could retrieve his body's data. Li Yushan was an intelligence officer. He naturally had his own channels to obtain information on Li Yuehe. Therefore, before Kong Qingming and the others set off this time, Li had already asked Li Yushan for Li Yuehe's body's data, and then quickly formulated a medicine for him to temporarily save his life. After drinking the medicine, Kong Qingming immediately asked someone to remove the wires on Li Yuehe's body. It was unknown if the mysterious person had done something behind the scenes, but after these devices were removed, they did not sound an alarm. Very soon, they successfully brought Li Yuehe out. Moreover, there was no risk in the path of retreat, so they left smoothly just like that. After leaving the research institute, Kong Qingming still felt a little confused. He felt that their mission this time was too... He didn't know how to describe it, but it felt a little abnormal. Was this a dream? Until they left the Huaxia base early, they met Elmar who came to meet them. Kong Qingming and the others still had a feeling that it was unreal. He hit me. He couldn't help but say to his teammate next to him. Paw. His teammate unceremoniously slapped the back of his head. Hiss. It hurts. Do you have to hit me so hard? Kong Qingming held the back of his head and cried out in pain. The teammate said, it's more real if it hurts a little. Kong Qingming was stunned speechless. Elmar looked at them in confusion. Huh? Why did you come out early? Didn't we agree to meet inside? Could it be that plan failed? Seeing that they came out early, Elmar could only think that their mission might have failed. It didn't fail. Look over there. Kong Qingming immediately put down his hand when he heard her question and pointed at Li Yuehe, who was carried on the shoulder of a strong team member. Huh? Elmar was even more confused. Wasn't this much earlier than they had planned? And they had succeeded. Unable to react, Elmar turned her head and stared at Li Yuehe. She asked with some uncertainty, no, how did you guys get here so fast? Because there are no more obstacles. Without waiting for Kong Qingming to answer, the team member who slapped the back of his captain's head spoke first. Elmar looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Well, it's a long story. Let's go. Let's find a place to hide first and then I'll explain to you. Kong Qingming had an indescribable expression on his face. He waved his hand at her and led his men into the car they had hidden before. Elmar was kept in suspense. She curiously chased after him and asked, "Hurry up and tell me." After getting in the car, Kong Qingming told her what had happened. After listening to it, Elmar also had a dumbfounded expression. Oh. So, you really brought him out like this? What's the other party's purpose? Kong Qingming shook his head. I don't know what his purpose is, but we didn't encounter any ambush or difficulties. Although he provided Li Yuehe with the medicine to prolong his life in the end, we didn't really let him drink it. Now that we've successfully brought him out, it seems that no one is chasing after us. What that person said should be true. He really wants to hand Li Yuehe over to us safely. From the time they left the Huaxia Research Institute to the Huaxia base, they had walked several kilometers. But they still didn't find any pursuers. Obviously, the mysterious person wasn't lying to them. But now they hadn't completely left the Huaxia base, so they couldn't rule out the other party's suspicion. Chapter 1403. Kong Qingming and the rest found a place that wouldn't be easily discovered a dozen kilometers away from China and stopped temporarily. Then he ordered most of his subordinates to send Li Yuehe back, while he left 2 people here. He continued to discuss with Elmar about the mission to gather information. Right now, Sikong Chen is going crazy in the zombie horde. I think he's angry because his previous plans didn't work. Elmar explained the situation with the zombie horde. She had summoned over 10,000 zombies and mutant beasts to charge over in order to attract Sikong Chen's attention. That way, even if Kong Qingming's actions were exposed, he would have some buffer time. In the end, Sikong Chen's attention was indeed attracted, but Kong Qingming's mission didn't require any effort at all. Instead, he even had the help of a traitor. As for Sikong Chen's side, once he arrived at the charging position of the zombies, he began to bombard the zombies with his fire ability. Of course, the effect of his level 8 ability was also very strong. The fire ability was originally an offensive ability, and his energy had already reached level 8. A random fireball thrown out would have the same effect as a missile, not to mention that the temperature of the flame was extremely high. When it exploded on the ground, it could instantly turn the ground into magma. Elmar didn't expect Sikong Chen to personally come out. She thought that he would at most lure out his subordinates, Wei Haichao or Han Shao. In the end, she saw Sikong Chen running out. After he ran out, he used all sorts of abilities to bombard the densely packed zombie horde. One look and you could tell that he was very irritable. Speaking up to this point, Sikong Chen held back his anger. Kong Qingming and the rest laughed and revealed an expression of schadenfreude. Who told him to cause trouble for no reason? He reaped what he sowed. He deserves to die from anger. Then this time, I will mainly go to Sikong Chen's area to investigate his next step. You guys go to other places to investigate. For example, Han Shao, Wei Haichao, Lu Jinan, and the other directors of the base, they will definitely have information on Sikong Chen's plan. Elmar looked at Kong Qingming and assigned the tasks. She looked at Kong Qingming and asked, "What do you think?" Kong Qingming shook his head. "I have no objections, but you have to be careful, don't get too close to Sikong Chen. In any case, he's still a rank 8 ability user. Your invisibility skill might not work on him." Understood. Elmar nodded. Then, they began to disperse and sneak into the Huaxia base again to gather intelligence. Chen quickly led his men to clear out the 10,000 zombies, but he still could not find the rank 2 king zombie that he had promised. He stood on a small hillside, squinting and looking around. Finally, he turned around and asked Wei Haichao, "Where is that level 2 king?" Wei Haichao was also solemnly observing his surroundings. Hearing Chen's question, he knew that Chen was unhappy. However, the other party had vented his anger just now, so his tone was a little bad. He turned his head to look around and said with a puzzled expression, "That shouldn't be the case. How come there wasn't even a single level 1 king above level 5 in such a large-scale zombie wave? There must be, or is it hidden somewhere? Without a rank 2 king, there wouldn't be such a large-scale zombie horde." Naturally, Chen was aware of this situation, but he just wanted to ask about it. "Search carefully. It definitely wouldn't run too far." Chen coldly ordered him. "Got it. If it hasn't escaped, it definitely won't be able to escape our search." Wei Haichao nodded at him and left in a flash. Although he was quite confident before he left, he felt that he should be able to find some traces of the level 2 king. However, not long after, he circled around a 5-kilometer radius a few times and did not find the aura of the level 2 king. Wei Haichao frowned and looked in the opposite direction of the Huaxia base. Could it be that the level 2 king really left? He was a nature type, and all the plants within a few kilometers of him were his antennae. He could sense the aura within a few kilometers through these plants. However, after circling around a few times, his sensing range expanded along with his movement, but he still could not sense the aura of the level 2 king. Could it be a mutant zombie that can hide its aura? Wei Haichao mumbled to himself, then turned around to see Chen. When Chen heard that he could not find the existence of the level 2 king, he did not show any expression of anger. Instead, he looked at him calmly and snorted, "It already ran away, and you're still looking for it." Wei Haichao immediately looked at him with dissatisfaction. "You already knew, and you still asked me to look for it." Chen did not say anything, he just turned around and disappeared in the direction of the base. Wei Haichao was speechless. On the other side, Elmar sneaked into Chen's office building using stealth. She went around the busy staff and leaders of the base to find Chen's office. However, she was not so lucky, because the door was closed. In order to continue gathering information here, she couldn't expose herself prematurely. Therefore, Elmar could only leave and go to other places to investigate. On this side, Elmar and Kong Qingming's mission was still going on. In the base, Lin Qiao was holding the bag of energy cores that Mo Yen gave her and was working hard to level up the zombie army, while waiting for China's next move. Lin Qiao was increasing the strength of her army in order to cater to China's actions. He didn't expect Chen to be able to keep his composure and not have anything on him. This also gave her time to level up all the intermediate zombies in the army. From the original 20 to 30 level 1 kings, she had now increased the number of level 1 kings to 70 to 80. At the same time, she also had to go to the West Lake where the zombies that were previously gathered and bring back all the level 3 and above zombies. They were thrown into the zombie training base to train. The entire zombie army had recently been added to the wall, and the size of the zombie army had already reached more than 7,000 people. After Elmar went to China, Lin Qiao sent Old Mengua to the military camp to stay. There had to be someone in the training base to suppress the zombies. Although she would occasionally go over to check on the discipline of the zombies, she did not have much time. Because she still had to deal with other affairs in the base. These affairs were all reviewed by Lin Fo, and he felt that he needed her approval, so he gave her these tasks. One day, Lin Wenwen came over with the research materials from the second stage. As soon as he came in and saw Lin Qiao sitting at the desk, he suddenly felt dizzy before he could say anything. Chapter 1404. Lin Qiao had already felt Lin Wenwen coming in, so she looked up after she entered the door. Then she saw Lin Wenwen suddenly lowering her head and covering her forehead, stopping at the entrance of the door. What's wrong with her? Lin Qiao couldn't help but look at the two children on the sofa and asked in confusion. Ting Tang and Wu Yueling were playing on the two-seater sofa. At this time, they also turned their heads to look at Lin Wenwen's strange behavior. Hearing Lin Qiao's question, they turned to her and shook their heads. It meant that they didn't know either. Lin Wenwen didn't pay attention to them. Instead, she lowered her head and stood there for a few seconds. Only then did he slowly raise his head. He first waved at the two children and greeted them before walking toward Lin Qiao with a frown. Lin Qiao sat and looked at her. After seeing her come in, her eyes had become clear. She asked again, "What did you see?" After Lin Wenwen came over, she pulled a chair and sat down in front of her table. Then she nodded and put the documents in her hands on her table. She said with a puzzled expression, "Well, I saw some. Wait, let me sort it out first." Lin Qiao reached out to take her documents and asked her curiously, "Tell me what you saw. I will help you sort it out." Lin Wenwen looked up at her and said, "I saw you, but you looked a bit strange. You were attacking our base." Hearing this, Lin Qiao also slightly frowned. Was it a full zombie form? Lin Wenwen nodded, "Yes, not only a full zombie form. And your face was covered with black stripes. Do you know what happened?" Since Lin Qiao asked her if all the zombies she saw were zombies, Lin Wenwen felt that she must have realized something. Lin Qiao sighed, looked at the direction of Ting Ting, and said, "Since you can see it, I definitely can't stay up there for too long." Up there? Lin Wenwen was a little puzzled by her use of the word. But soon she thought of something. "Are you going to go down to that underground space? And what's with that state of yours?" Lin Qiao looked at her, was silent for a moment, and said, "Don't tell anyone about this. My body is not very normal recently. After all, this body is not mine. Its zombie instincts are still there, and it seems to have awakened recently." Lin Wenwen looked at her in a daze for a while before he reacted. His eyes widened slightly as he looked at Lin Qiao and asked hesitantly, "You mean, this is Lu Tianyu's zombie instinct?" Lin Qiao nodded. "It has already come out twice, so I need to find a way to get rid of it later, but now is not the time." After all, Huaxia was now eyeing them covetously. If she didn't stay here at this time, she might suffer heavy losses. Therefore, she had to wait for the matter in Huaxia to pass first before she could find a place far away from the human base to hide and find a way to get rid of Lu Tianyu's zombie instincts. Lin Wenwen looked at her worriedly. Can it be removed? This is a kind of instinct, it should be very difficult, right? Because this consciousness form was too mystical. It was like mind control, but it couldn't be seen or touched. It was really hard to deal with. Could it be like a hypnotist, using an imaginary scene to fight with psychic energy? Or like a holographic game? But thinking about it, this should be a battle of psychic energy. She had never encountered this kind of situation, so she couldn't tell what kind of experience it was, but she was worried. If her sister couldn't control it well, and the consciousness of Lu Tianyu, which had become a zombie, ran out, it would be a big deal. Looking at Lin Wenwen's worried and complicated eyes, Lin Qiao smiled at her. "Don't worry, your sister has maintained her sanity and soul. And after the first two confrontations, it is not as strong as you think." Her words were very relaxed, and she was just comforting Lin Wenwen. In fact, she could also feel the difference between the first and second appearance of this zombie instinctive consciousness. The second time, the psychic energy in this consciousness was obviously stronger. But she couldn't tell Lin Wenwen this. At this time, Ting Ting, who was sitting on the sofa and playing, suddenly turned his head to look at them and said to Lin Wenwen, "Auntie, Mama will be fine." Lin Wenwen turned to look at him with some doubts and asked curiously, "Huh? You know about your mother's matter again?" Ting 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 nodded and turned his head to play. It seemed that he didn't intend to answer Lin Wenwen's words. Lin Wenwen saw that the child ignored her after saying one sentence. She turned back to look at Lin Qiao in confusion and said blankly, "He doesn't seem to be worried about your situation at all." "Why?" Lin Qiao shrugged, "I don't know, but he seems to know my physical condition better than I do. I probably need his help when the time comes." At this time, Ting Ting sat there and stretched his head to look at Wu Yueling's painting. He said loudly without turning his head, "When the time comes, Mama, put me under the bottom of your space lake. Can't the two of us beat it?" Lin Wenwen looked back at him in amazement, then turned back to look at Lin Qiao. "You can do this?" As a result, Lin Qiao tilted her head and looked at Ting Ting with a confused face. "Son, can you do this?" Ting 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 turned his back to them and said calmly, "Yes, yes. So don't worry." Lin Wenwen turned her head to look at him in confusion, then turned back to Lin Qiao and said, "Where does he get his confidence from?" Lin Qiao smiled, "If he says there's no problem, then there shouldn't be too much of a problem. After all, if it weren't for him, your sister would have really disappeared 2 years ago." Lin Wenwen, speaking of 2 years ago, it was naturally the matter of Lin Qiao's death. Thinking of everyone's mood at that time, Lin Wenwen's expression was a little depressed. However, she quickly sorted out her emotions and discovered something extraordinary. "Ha! Is it because of him that you were reborn into this zombie's body?" Lin Qiao nodded. "In fact, this space I am in now is his, but at that time, he was still in my stomach and hadn't formed yet. But I don't know what kind of chemical reaction it was. When I self-destructed, he suddenly activated this space ability, and then absorbed both of our spiritual consciousnesses. Then, he randomly ran into Lu Tianyu's body that had just died." Lin Wenwen's expression continued to maintain a look of wonder, and her small mouth was slightly open. After a while, she reacted, "Wow. So awesome. When he was still an embryo, he could already do this to protect you to this extent. This little brat used to have this kind of awesome ability." Chapter 1405. Lin Qiao looked at shouting with a smile, and then said to Lin Wenwen, "He remembered those things when he was born some time ago. Just like me, he didn't remember anything when he came here at the beginning." Lin Wenwen said with a smile, "At that time, he not only didn't remember, but also grew into a big vine." Lin Qiao opened the document she brought and changed the topic. "Well, let's not talk about my situation. Anyway, since you have seen it, I have to speed up the pace. I really need to hurry up and get rid of Sikong Chen as soon as possible. Then I can deal with Lu Tianyu, who is restless even after turning into a zombie." She hoped that when she was dealing with Sikong Chen, Lu Tianyu would come out to make trouble. "How do you want to deal with Sikong Chen?" Lin Wenwen looked at her and asked, "He hasn't made any movement yet. I don't know how he is going to deal with High City." Lin Qiao glanced at him lightly. "Who said that I have to wait for him? If you want to kill him quickly, you can only use the old way." Lin Wenwen looked at her with confusion for a while. "What old way? Remember how the bases in Dilong and Hidden Cloud City were dealt with?" Lin Qiao said lightly. Lin Wenwen's eyes brightened when he heard it. He immediately understood what she meant. "You mean, beheading?" She knew that Lin Qiao didn't intend to deal with the people in Huaxia City, so she could only deal with the army or those leaders who wanted to make trouble. But the next second, Lin Wenwen's expression changed into confusion. "But Sikong Chen is also at level 8. It's not so easy to kill him, right? Although you are at the same level as him, you will be more powerful. But if he wants to run, can you stop him? You can't kill him at once, right? Lin Qiao looked calm. I will make it too late for him to escape. She pulled him into the space, and he could run however he wanted. Anyway, no matter how he ran, he couldn't escape the end of being killed by her. Anyway, it was not the first time to kill a level 8. If she hadn't been busy figuring out these underground creatures before, she would have used this method to deal with him. Originally, she wanted to study these underground creatures and the situation of this underground space by herself, and then let Wu Qingwei deal with Sikong Qin. Also, when she was in the base, she wasn't worried that Sikong Li would continue to send people to cause trouble. But now if she wanted to leave the base, there would be a bunch of people and a bunch of zombies in the base. Although there were a lot of level 7 zombies here, she did not forget that Sikong Qin still had some medicine that could suddenly increase the strength of his ability. She was also sure that the current level 7 and 8 ability users in Huaxia were not the ones on the surface. Although Sikong Qin was only a level 8 ability user on the surface, he dared to have such a bold idea of attacking Haiqing. Obviously, his trump cards were not limited to advanced weapons. Although zombies had the upper hand when fighting against metahumans, they could not fight against those of a higher level. China's strength-enhancing potion seemed to be able to increase one's strength level. Furthermore, China was so big. Among the 2 million people, there were many who were strong but dissatisfied with Sikong Qin's tyrannical management. If he could get rid of Sikong Qin, he would be able to draw out all the hidden forces behind him. At that time, Huaxia would definitely be in chaos, and then it would have nothing to do with the base. Lin Wenwen saw that she was so sure of her strength and asked her, "Since you think you can kill him, why didn't you do it before? Why did you wait until now to deal with him?" Lin Qiao used her chin to point at the document in her hand and said, "Wasn't it because we were in a hurry to deal with these underground creatures?" Lin Wenwen said, "Oh. But this Huaxia is really good at stirring up trouble. If they have nothing to do, they would run to the underground to cause trouble. Now that they have caused trouble, they don't even care about it. In the end, they only think about dealing with other human bases. I don't know what the Huaxia people are thinking. Speaking of which, the other bases didn't provoke them." She then continued to say, "When some people become strong, their ambitions will expand. They want to use power to control the world. The desire to control is also a kind of bad habit of humans. It's just that the apocalypse has strengthened this bad habit. It's very normal." Lin Qiao was not as confused as she was. "Oh." Lin Wenwen could only reply speechlessly. And to be honest, the disaster of the underground creatures was caused by them. Now there's another reason to deal with them. At this time, Lin Qiao's eyes suddenly turned cold and said, "The news said that the underground creatures might all finish advancing in 3 days. And after they advance, even if the Huaxia people don't do anything, they will still go crazy. And after they advance, even if the Huaxia people don't do anything, they will still go crazy. Just that the degree of madness won't be as crazy as after they use the drug." Lin Wenwen said at this time and then asked her, "When do you plan to deal with Sikong Qin?" Lin Qiao thought for a moment and then said, "I'll leave tomorrow. And going to China isn't just to deal with Sikong Qin. Who doesn't know how to cause trouble? It's just that our goals are different." With that said, the corner of her mouth curled up into a smile. This smile was different from her usual smile, cold smile, and warm smile. Instead, it had a murderous aura. Although it was a different face, Lin Wenwen could still see the familiar expression in her sister's smile. Anyway, since young, whenever she smiled like this, someone would be in big trouble. "Leave tomorrow. How many days do you plan to come back? What about those underground creatures that have advanced?" Lin Wenwen continued to ask her. Lin Chao said, depending on the situation, at least 5 days. At most, it will be 9 to 10 days. I should be able to come back in time. But even if I come back, I can't continue to deal with these underground creatures with you. I will think of a way to rob the weapons that can effectively attack these underground creatures from Huaxia. Lin Wenwen was speechless. She suddenly felt that her sister's main goal this time was to steal those weapons from Huaxia. Because their own base didn't have very powerful weapons to defend against these underground creatures. Although they had the catnip bullets made in Haiqing, Lin Wenwen didn't have enough catnip bullets to make large weapons. They could only make small bullets and cannonballs in batches. Therefore, they were still useful against small groups of underground creatures. But if there was a wave of underground creatures, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Qiao looked at her expression and knew what she was thinking. She said calmly, anyway, it's a waste not to use them. This is caused by those people from Huaxia, so it's normal to use their weapons to solve it. Chapter 1406. To Lin Qiao, since it was China's doing, it was only right for them to take their weapons. Although this take was taking without asking, to put it bluntly, it would be called stealing. But Lin Wenwen felt that what she said made sense. But she quickly thought of something else. Then does my brother-in-law know about your body's condition? Lin Qiao felt a bit uncomfortable when she heard her call her that. Her relationship with Wu Qingyue was a bit complicated. They hadn't even announced their relationship yet, so it was a bit early to call him that. She suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and said, he knows about my body. But he doesn't know that I'm going to cause trouble for Sikong Qin. It was because of what he had said before that the zombie consciousness of this body had been induced, and now she had to fight with this consciousness for the body. Hearing that Wu Qingyue also knew about this, Lin Wenwen felt a bit relieved. Oh. Then, you're going to deal with this body by yourself, aren't you going to bring him? Will he feel at ease letting you go alone? What if you fail? Bah, fine, you won't fail. Although Lin Wenwen said that she wasn't worried about Lin Qiao, she was still a bit worried. What if she said that she was going to deal with this zombie consciousness, but she came back as a zombie without a mind? There was always a what if in everything. Because accidents always happened, Lin Qiao could only try her best to give her a guarantee. After talking for a long time, she finally suppressed her worry and sent her away. The next day, before dawn, Lin Qiao left with Duanwan, who was acting as the driver. There were no other people in the car. If the group of zombies in Lin Qiao's space wasn't included, then it was just the two of them on this mission. By the way, why didn't you tell Leader Wu about this mission? Duanwan sat in the driver's seat and asked. Lin Qiao sat in the passenger seat with her head leaning against the back of the seat. She closed her eyes and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Hearing that, she asked, why should I tell him? What does it have to do with him that I can do it myself? Duanwan couldn't help but glance at her. Isn't your relationship progressing quite well? Why do you have to keep things a secret from each other? Lin Qiao maintained his original appearance and said, this isn't considered a secret. It's just that I don't need his permission to do things. Is it necessary to report to him every time I do something? Duanwan thought about it and shook her head. Well, that's not necessary. Even if we are husband and wife, we still have private space. Besides, we haven't really been together in a formal way. Although Lin Qiao already had a choice in her heart, she felt that it was not the time to say it. Last time, it was completely because of the zombie instincts of this body that it said those overbearing words to Wu Qingyue. Duanwan glanced at her speechlessly. "Oh, big sister. How long are you going to keep acting coy? Since you're starting to have feelings for him, and Leader Wu is also sincere towards you, you're not going to let him off easily." I see that the two of you don't seem to be too hard to match. You're still not willing to open the last shell in your heart. Duan knew about Lin Qiao's love history. Therefore, as soon as he heard Lin Qiao's attitude, he immediately guessed the fundamental reason. Speaking of which, these two people had been entangled for more than a year, almost 2 years. Fortunately, Wu Qingyue was still very patient. He had always been the one attacking, and his big sister had always been hiding. She had even given birth to a child, but she was still hiding. My matter is easy to deal with, what about you? If you don't find someone, you're not young anymore. At this time, Lin Qiao finally couldn't help but open her eyes. After glancing at her, she directly changed the topic. Duan. Inexplicably, she felt that she was being rude. Moreover, she was defeated by the words, not young anymore, from Lin Qiao. Compared to Lin Qiao's current body that was only in her 20s, and it was still a frozen zombie body. She was in her 30s, so she really wasn't young anymore. Even if she didn't look that old, her real age was right there. Thinking about how this Lin Qiao used to be the same age as her, and now that she had changed into a younger body, it hurt. I haven't found someone that I like. Duan, who was stabbed by her actual age, stared straight ahead and focused on driving. She said helplessly. Lin Qiao shrugged. If you don't like someone, you'll enter the stage of a middle-aged big sister. Duan, she really didn't want to talk to her. Along the way, they quickly arrived near Huaxia. Lin Qiao asked Duan to stay outside and guard while she sneaked in with her stealth. It wasn't about numbers, she alone was enough. After sneaking into the Huaxia base, she didn't rush to find Qin. Instead, she moved in the direction where Elmar was, and after 10 minutes, she found the rooftop where Elmar was hiding. There was no shadow around the rooftop, but Lin Qiao could sense where Elmar's aura was. She walked over to a corner of the wall and stood still next to it. She looked at the cement stones that had fallen off from the wall. Suddenly, she kicked a cement stone that was slightly smaller than a fist. The cement stone flew a short distance and then fell to the ground. Elmar, who was hiding and leaning against the wall, suddenly turned her head and looked at the rolling cement stone. Then, she heard her leader's voice beside her. I was afraid of scaring you, so I used the stone to attract your attention. Elmar immediately showed herself and looked in the direction of the voice. Lin Qiao had also shown herself. She stood beside her and nodded at her. Although the two of them had removed their stealth state, they still concealed their auras very tightly to avoid being discovered by Qin or other enemies. Why did you suddenly come here? Elmar looked at her in confusion. Lin Qiao asked her, do you know what Qin is planning to do next? Elmar nodded. I have a rough idea. He seems to be planning to attack directly. Right now, he's gathering the attack force and ability users, but he hasn't set off immediately. Lin Qiao asked thoughtfully, he's not planning to set off immediately? Is he waiting for an opportunity? Elmar nodded again. That's right. He said that after all the subterranean creatures advanced to far level, these subterranean creatures might start a natural riot. Then, he wanted to think of a way to lure these rioting subterranean creatures to the vicinity of other human bases. Then, he will take this opportunity to attack Haiqing and our base. Lin Qiao laughed coldly. He thought of a plan so quickly. But this time, I'm here to ruin his plan for the second time. Hearing this, Elmar looked at her and thought for a moment before saying, as soon as I saw you, I knew you were here to cause trouble again. What do you want to do this time? Lin Qiao said coldly, to kill Qin. Chapter 1407. Hearing Lin Qiao suddenly say that she wanted to kill Sikong Qin, Elmar was a little stunned. She was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Huh? Why did you suddenly think of killing Sikong Qin? Lin Qiao looked at her and didn't say the reason. She only said, I suddenly feel that this can quickly solve the problem in Huaxia. It's not a good idea to be watched all the time. Elmar looked at her speechlessly. Then why didn't you kill Sikong Qin when you came to destroy their secret research base? Lin Qiao looked at her in silence for a few seconds before saying, You didn't think of it back then, did you? Yes, at that time, she was indeed thinking about the underground space and the underground creatures that were everywhere on the surface. However, it wasn't that she didn't think of killing Sikong Qin directly, but she didn't have the motivation to do so previously. At that time, she thought that if Sikong Qin didn't go all out, other small tricks wouldn't be a problem. It was only now that she realized that there was something wrong with her body and was a little anxious that she suddenly thought of it. If she left to solve her own problem, she didn't know how long it would take for her to complete it. Another reason was that she had a feeling that if Huaxia was really serious, Wu Qingyue might not have time to care about her base when dealing with Huaxia. Therefore, Lin Qiao had to think of a way to solve Huaxia's problem before leaving to solve her own problem. Otherwise, she would leave the current situation without any hesitation. She didn't know what kind of treatment the base with only 20 to 30,000 people would receive. However, she wouldn't tell Elmar about this. After all, it was a little troublesome to explain. Your memory. Could it be that it's a side effect of amnesia? Elmar rolled her eyes at her. Lin Qiao. She couldn't refute. All right, let's not talk about this. By the way, do you know where they keep the new weapons to deal with the underground beasts? She quickly changed the topic and asked. Elmar thought for a moment before nodding and saying, Yes, I have some clues. However, I haven't investigated in detail yet, so I have to find someone to ask. Lin Qiao knew that she was going to find the spies that Xie Dong had set up here. Why don't you wait here for a while? I'll go ask around first. Elmar looked at Lin Qiao and said. Lin Qiao nodded. Go. But I won't wait for you. While you're out scouting, I'll go take care of that scourge, Sikong Qin. Then wait for me here. I'll come back when I'm done. Elmar answered, Okay. Let's begin. After saying that, Lin Qiao turned around and disappeared. Elmar disappeared as well. On the other side, Sikong Qin was in his office, frowning as he flipped through a pile of documents on his desk. Not only was there a pile of documents on his desk, but there were also all sorts of documents on the coffee table beside the sofa. Wei Haichao, Sikong Chen's secretary, and Sikong Chen's assistant sat on the sofa and flipped through the documents in their hands. Although you have a backup of the files here, are the stolen information really fine? It must be that woman from the Universal Base who took it. Will she use this matter to expose us? Wei Haichao asked Sikong Qin without raising his head as he looked at the documents with his head lowered. So what? Even if the situation in this underground space was caused by Old Bai, it wasn't intentional. It was just a mistake. And aren't we also studying how to deal with these things? This can be considered a remedy. On the contrary, it was that woman who destroyed our research base. It's not our fault. Sikong Qin calmly pushed all the blame to Lin Qiao. Wei Haichao raised his eyebrows and nodded. Well, that's true. This method is also possible. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and investigate. Sikong Qin threw the documents in his hand on the table, then stood up and walked out of the office. Wei Haichao sighed and said to himself, Why do we have to investigate this? Wouldn't it be clear if we asked the researchers in the base? At least they know better than us. His assistant said weakly, The leader suspects that there are spies among those people. Because the last time the plan was leaked, he doesn't trust others anymore. The last time the plan was leaked, it was his own fault. Wei Haichao said lightly. "Shh, boss, don't talk nonsense. He won't be happy if he hears it." Wei Haichao's assistant shushed him. Because the medicine they were going to use on the underground exotic beasts was destroyed by Lin Qiao in the underground base. Originally, this medicine was in the hands of Professor Bai. Xikong Chen didn't have it. Now that they had used it, they could only find new information and make another batch. That was why they were looking for backup information here, because the original information had been emptied. When Lin Qiao followed Xikong Chen sent to find him, Xikong Chen was standing by the window at the end of the corridor on the roof, smoking. Xikong Chen was thinking that since he couldn't spread the virus in Sea City this time, he would make those underground exotic beasts even crazier. When that time came, they would all rush out of Sea City and attack it like a tide. He wanted to see how Wu Qingyue was going to resist these underground exotic beasts. Do they think these underground exotic beasts won't attack humans without their guidance? That's impossible. Once all the promotions were over, those high-level underground exotic beasts would bring the newly promoted underground exotic beasts and set off in the direction of humans. This was something that Xikong Chen had discovered during his research these few days, something that he didn't know about before. Professor Bai probably knew about it, but he didn't tell him about it. Thinking about it, even if his previous plan was seen through, it didn't seem to matter much. Xikong Chen smoked an expired cigarette as he imagined the scene of a one-sided attack on Sea City. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a confident and proud look. Lin Qiao watched from the side for a long time. She couldn't sense the thoughts of the rank 8 ability user. But from the other party's expression and eyes, she could guess that Xikong Chen was imagining something to be proud of. It was probably about the attack on Sea City. Judging from his smug expression, it was probably about the attack. Looking at his proud expression, it was obvious that he had a lot of confidence in defeating Wu Qingyue. At this moment, Xikong Chen suddenly turned his head and looked around. There was a faint look of vigilance in his eyes. Lin Qiao quickly looked away and shifted her gaze slightly to the side. This Xikong Chen could actually sense her. As expected, she needed to be more careful. Chapter 1408. Xikong Chen's vigilance was very high. Although the other party couldn't detect him from a distance, although he couldn't detect her from a distance, he would notice her if she got any closer. Therefore, it didn't seem feasible for Lin Qiao to sneak him into the space and kill him. She had to find a way to distract him or make him angry. Lin Qiao watched as Xikong Chen finished smoking and walked back to her office. She followed him from a distance but didn't follow him into the office. The office was only 100 square meters, it was too small. She couldn't use her ability either. At their level, they were very sensitive to the energy around them. Even if it was just a little, they could still feel it. Otherwise, how could Xikong Chen still sense Lin Qiao when she was invisible? Since she wanted to distract him, she could only provoke him. How could she provoke him? Although she couldn't directly touch Xikong Chen, she also couldn't reveal her identity. Then, she would do something. So Lin Qiao thought for a moment and suddenly turned to leave. She jumped out of the window at the end of the corridor and slipped into one of the military training bases in Huaxia. The inner region of Huaxia was also very large, at least a few dozen kilometers. But there weren't many people living in the inner region because most of the areas were used as military or scientific research sites. However, in addition to the different types of military training bases in the inner region, there were also a few military training sites in the outer region that covered an area of 200 kilometers. Lin Qiao turned around and went to one of the military training sites in the inner region. When she arrived, she caught a small soldier who was only level 3. He forced the soldier to tell him the location of the artillery barracks, then asked where the armory was, and finally killed the soldier. She skimmed over to the artillery barracks and found the armory. None of the soldiers who came and went could detect her presence. An hour later, Lin Qiao stood on a telephone pole a few hundred meters away from the military barracks. She looked in the direction of the barracks and pressed the remote control in her hand. Bang bang, bang bang, bang bang bang, bang 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 bang, a series of earth-shattering explosions suddenly rang out. At the same time, the ground also trembled. In the leader's office in the Inner Region's administrative building, Sikong Chen and the others looked out the window at the same time. What's going on? Sikong Chen frowned as he stared at the direction of the sound. Wei Haichao put down the document in his hand and stood up. He walked toward the window and leaned his upper body out to look around. This noise, it's so loud. Did the armory explode? This was because the explosions outside hadn't stopped yet, and they were still going on. And this direction, Wei Haichao stared outside for a while, then suddenly turned around and said to Sikong Chen, "It's coming from the internal military." As he spoke, Sikong Chen had already stood up and strode out the door. His footsteps were obviously a little hurried. By the time Wei Haichao followed him out, Sikong Chen's figure was already nowhere to be seen. He sensed Sikong Chen's aura coming from the inner military region. After Wei Haichao quickly made his way to the military base, he arrived beside Sikong Chen. Sikong Chen's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with a murderous glint. Then, looking at the situation in front of him, he couldn't help but cover his forehead. Not far in front of them, a series of explosions were still going off, like a cluster of landmines that had all been detonated. Boom, 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 and he and Sikong Chen could only watch from here. There was no way for them to stop. Because the place where the explosions happened was their military's armory. And it was the ammunition depot. The soldiers in the barracks were in a mess. They fled in a panic and quickly carried away those who could still be detonated and those who could not be taken away in time. At the very least, they should try to salvage what they could. Wei Haichao frowned and turned to glance at Sikong Chen. Sure enough, he saw that Sikong Chen's expression was even more gloomy than before. The murderous glint in Sikong Chen's eyes had already exploded. Sikong Chen gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell is going on? You tell me." He pointed at the person in charge of the military base who had sensed their presence and quickly ran over to them. "Leader. I don't know what happened, it just exploded." The person who ran over was a level 6 commander. He said to Sikong Chen in panic and confusion. Sikong Chen stared at him coldly and did not say a word. The commander shrunk his neck and lowered his head, not daring to look up at him. "If you don't know, why don't you hurry and investigate? Also, can you think of a way to stop this explosion?" Wei Haichao frowned and asked him. The commander shook his head awkwardly. "We've already tried to move away all the ammunition in the second-degree danger zone, but the ones inside, the second-degree danger zone was the second-level danger zone, outside the first-level danger zone. In other words, they could only wait for the ammunition in the first-level danger zone and the explosion zone to explode. The depot had already exploded, and a lot of ammunition had been shaken out and continued to explode. So now they could only watch as all the ammunition exploded. There was no way to salvage it. We're already searching, but the ammunition depot and the surrounding buildings have all been blown up. The surveillance room has also been blown up. So, the speed of the investigation won't be that fast." The commander wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and replied meekly. At this time, Sikong Chen suddenly said gloomily, "Why does this method seem a little familiar?" When Wei Haichao heard this, his eyes flashed. He turned to look at him in confusion. "You mean, no way. She's here again." Just as the two of them were having doubts, suddenly, there was a loud explosion coming from the direction of the outer area of the base. Sikong Chen and Wei Haichao instantly turned their heads to look. In the end, they heard the sound again. It was the location of another military region. She's even going all out. Sikong Chen furrowed his brows and instantly disappeared from the spot. Wei Haichao was just about to leave when he thought of something. He turned around and said to the commander who was standing at the side with his head bowed, "Control this place and calm the situation down as soon as possible." "Yes, yes, yes." At this time, the commander could only nod in response. What else could he do? He could only listen to what the commander said. At this time, the anger in Sikong Chen's heart was gradually rising. The military depot inside hadn't been completely blown up yet, and now there was another explosion here. The intention was too obvious. The other party was obviously stirring up trouble. And it must be that woman who did it again. This method was exactly the same as last time when the underground research base outside the base was blown up. Other than her, who else had the ability to avoid his detection? Chapter 1409. Just as Sikong Chen's anger was rising from the explosions of the two arsenals, Lin Xiao had already slipped into the third arsenal. She could sense Sikong Chen, but Sikong Chen couldn't sense her presence. So when Sikong Chen went to the east, she would slip to the west, and when he went to the left, she would slip to the right. Boom boom boom, the entire Huaxia base was filled with earth-shattering explosions. What's going on? Is our base under attack? The residents in the base raised their heads and looked around in bewilderment, trying to guess what had happened. But from the sounds of the explosions, it seemed that the commotion was not small. Sikong Chen was so angry that he was about to explode as the military's ammunition depots were bombed one after another. Because he couldn't catch the culprit, the other party had no intention of stopping. Against a rank 8 metahuman who was also invisible, no matter how many troops he sent out, they wouldn't be able to stop her. Even he couldn't find the other party, let alone these metahumans who weren't even rank 8. Is she trying to blow up all our military bases? Wei Haichao frowned and asked Sikong Chen worriedly. Outrageous. What is she trying to do by doing this? Is she trying to stop me from attacking Haiqing? 70% of the weapons in the arsenal had been blown up. It was a heavy loss. The veins on Sikong Chen's forehead were already bulging. He gritted his teeth and glared at the thick smoke around him. Wei Haichao, it's possible. Sikong Chen suddenly revealed a sinister expression. Coupled with the veins on his forehead, his entire face looked somewhat sinister. Does she think that I will stop after doing this? Humph. Then what do you want to do? Wei Haichao looked at him in confusion. Sikong Chen had just opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Han Xiao also had an ugly expression as he said to Sikong Chen, "The plantation base has also been destroyed." Sikong Chen, Han Xiao then continued, "The weapons that we secretly stored to deal with the underground beasts have all been stolen." Sikong Chen, Wei Haichao, he couldn't describe this kind of thing that made him want to vomit blood. Bang, fuck. This damned woman. After a moment of silence, Sikong Chen suddenly turned around and kicked the wall beside him. At this moment, Lin Xiao and El Mar were smiling as they landed 200 meters behind Sikong Chen. They were watching Sikong Chen's reaction from afar. He's going to explode from anger. Not only did you blow up their firearms, but you also destroyed their soilless plantation and stole their weapons. Unfortunately, Sikong Chen can't do anything to you. He can't even find your existence. El Mar rejoiced in Sikong Chen's misfortune while ridiculing Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao said, "TSK, who told him to provoke me first? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them." Do you know? Since he dared to attack us first, then he should be prepared for our retaliation. Making him vomit blood now is just a light punishment. In a while, I will make him disappear from this world. It was about time to make a move. Lin Qiao turned around and said, "Go out and wait outside. Everything is fine here. I'll handle the rest." Oh. Elmar turned her head and saw her turn around. She responded and saw Lin Qiao disappear in a flash. On the other side, Sikongqin ruthlessly kicked the wall beside him. He clenched his teeth and said, "I must find her." "Yo, are you looking for me?" At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind him. Sikongqin and the others suddenly turned around and saw a woman in a black military uniform floating in the air. Her long hair was flying behind her, and she had her hands on her hips. She was looking down at them with a mocking smile on her beautiful face. Lin Qiao waved her hand and a layer of black fire appeared under her feet. She looked at the people below and said, "How is it? Do you like the third surprise I've given you?" Blowing up his underground research base was the first surprise. Getting his complete plan and completely stopping his plan was the second surprise. Therefore, these were the three of them. Fei, Chang, Shi, Huan. Sikongqin stared at her fiercely. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent, and his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. "Oh, then no need to thank me." Lin Qiao replied with a faint smile. The two of them were already mortal enemies. At this time, Sikongqin naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to ask Lin Qiao's intentions and motives. He was very surprised that Lin Qiao would appear on her own. "Very good. Since you came out on your own. In that case, I'll still properly thank you." He stared closely at Lin Qiao. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his hand and threw a high-temperature fireball at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao dodged to the side and avoided his fireball. She smiled at him and said, "Oh, you really don't need this kind of thanks. Don't worry, the surprise hasn't ended yet." As she said that, she waved her hand and a large amount of black fire surged out. It directly covered half of the sky and instantly darkened a large area below. Seeing Lin Qiao's black flames growing bigger and bigger in the sky, the people on the ground all fled in panic. They were afraid that with a wave of Lin Qiao's hand, the black fire would cover their heads and the ground. They didn't forget the use of this female leader's ability. Seeing Lin Qiao waving such a large amount of black fire in the sky, Sikongqin reacted quickly and released a large amount of high-temperature flames with both of his hands. But although it was the same fire, one side was cold while the other was hot. Lin Qiao's fire had no temperature, but Sikongqin's was super hot. When it was released into the sky turned black and the two colors mixed together. It looked very spectacular, but it was also very dangerous. They couldn't get close and could only watch from afar. With Sikongqin's red flame suppressing Lin Qiao's black fire, Sikongqin also leaped into the air. He released the energy of his ability with both of his hands, trying to suppress Lin Qiao's black fire. But soon, he found that it was very difficult for him. His ability couldn't even shake Lin Qiao's ability. His high-temperature flames couldn't even melt Lin Qiao's black fire. Instead, Lin Qiao's black fire was devouring the energy in his ability. He immediately realized that this woman wasn't easy to deal with, especially since her ability seemed to be able to restrain his. Although they were both fire attribute, her black fire would devour the energy in his flames. Also, didn't this woman just advance to level 8 not long ago? How could it suppress the energy of his level? His level was higher than this woman's, so his energy was naturally more solid. But under the devouring effect of the other party, it was like a fleeting cloud. After all, even if his ability's energy was more solid than this woman's, it couldn't withstand her ability that could devour his energy. Chapter 14:10. The two level 8 ability users stood tens of meters apart and began to fight in the sky. At the same time, the two of them were also bickering. "I see that you don't plan to go back. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door." While controlling his ability to resist Lin Qiao's black flames, Sikong Qin stared at Lin Qiao and said loudly. Lin Qiao calmly said to him, "Oh, do you think you can make me stay? But it doesn't matter, I don't plan to leave so soon." Sikong Chen's expression almost vomited blood because of her words. He gritted his teeth and said to her, "What else do you want?" He had gritted his teeth so hard today that he almost exploded from anger. But now that they were facing each other, he realized that the other party was not so easy to deal with. Only then did his rationality gradually suppress his impulses. Now that he heard Lin Qiao's words, he knew that this woman must have a backup plan. "I want you and the whole of Huaxia to know that Huaxia Base is not the overlord of this era. You don't have the qualifications and strength." Lin Qiao suddenly changed her expression and coldly mocked him. After saying that, she suddenly waved her hand and shot a few black fire snakes in Sikong Chen's direction. Then she instantly disappeared from where she stood and flashed to the side of Sikong Chen. Lin Qiao's fire snakes were very fast and were in front of Sikong Chen in the blink of an eye. Sikong Chen quickly dodged to the side and dodged the black fire snakes. Just as he dodged to the side, he suddenly dodged again and bounced away from where he stood. This was because he felt a sense of danger coming from behind him and subconsciously dodged. Lin Qiao, who had missed, revealed herself and looked in the direction Sikong Chen had dodged to with some disappointment. She frowned slightly and felt that Sikong Chen's strength was somewhat abnormal. This was also what she felt was wrong from the beginning. They were both level 8 ability users, but Sikong Chen could actually sense her existence when she was invisible. Even Wu Qingyue might not be able to do this after she entered the level 8 stage. However, this man could sense it. This did not make sense. If it wasn't for the fact that Sikong Chen had a second agility ability, then he wasn't just an ordinary level 8 ability on the surface. It was possible that he was already at the peak of level 8 and was about to enter level 9. Perhaps, he had already entered the 9th level. Was he just hiding his strength? Or had he already used the medicine to increase his strength? After a round of direct confrontation, Lin Qiao suddenly felt that this Sikong Chen was somewhat troublesome. It seemed like he wasn't as simple as everyone thought. Lin Qiao stopped and turned to look at Sikong Chen. Roar! As soon as she turned around, a huge purplish-red fire lion pounced at her with bared fangs and brandished claws. The fire energy on the fire lion's body was extremely condensed, so its teeth, claws, and even its tail could hide a huge amount of attack power. Lin Qiao raised his hand and threw a black fireball into the fire lion's mouth. At the same time, her body flashed backwards, avoiding the spot. Whoosh! The purplish-red fire lion pounced on her previous position, its 4 paws standing in the air. He bit the black fireball that Lin Qiao had thrown and spat it out with a shake of his head. It actually didn't swallow it directly. Of course it was controlled by Sikong Chen. "Do you think you can still leave? Too naive." At this time, Sikong Chen suddenly appeared in front of Lin Qiao and said to her with a ferocious expression. Following that, the aura around his body suddenly began to soar, and his aura directly broke through the standard of level 8. In an instant, it rose to the 9th level, and his entire aura gradually began to become violent. At this moment, Sikong Chen's energy aura changed. He suddenly went from an 8th level ability user to a 9th level ability user. The 9th level aura on his body was so strong that Lin Qiao felt a little suppressed. She reacted quickly and retreated a few hundred meters away in a flash. Now you want to run. Do you think you can still run? Sikong Chen's expression at this time was even more ferocious than before. He stared at Lin Chao fiercely. Like an angry lion, he was just short of baring his teeth and brandishing his claws at Lin Chao. After saying that, he immediately chased after Lin Chao. At the same time, he waved his hand and several huge fire beasts appeared in the sky. Then, they pounced on the black flames that Lin Chao had waved before, and a series of random tearing sounds rang out. In just a few seconds, these magenta fire beasts tore Lin Chao's black flames apart. That's right, they tore it apart. Originally, Lin Chao was controlling the black flames in the sky like a dark cloud. But now, after being messed around by a few fire beasts, it was torn apart like a rag being bitten by a man. Because Lin Chao's control was suppressed by the opponent's sudden counterattack, she suffered a backlash, and her head swelled with pain. She quickly cut off the control of those special abilities, and then quickly dodged to the side again. Because there was a fire snake that had appeared out of nowhere, and it was sticking out its thin red tongue at her. A pair of sharp fiery eyes flashed with a cold expression. He stared at her closely, as if he was staring at his prey. Lin Chao dodged to the side and pulled a safe distance away from Sikong Chin. Seeing that the opponent did not chase after her, she frowned and asked him. She then frowned and asked him, "Looks like you've had a hard time hiding. Just because you are a level 9 special ability user, you want to control all the human bases. The weak submit to the strong, this is the law of nature. What's wrong with that?" Sikong Chin grinned at her, and then said very naturally. Lin Chao said, "Since you said that, then will China submit to someone stronger than you?" Sikong Chin did not answer immediately. After 2 seconds, he said disdainfully, "Then can you find someone stronger than me?" Wu Qingyue. Even if he is a lightning type, he is still no match for me. Of course there is someone stronger than you, it's in that space underground. Why don't you go down and deal with it? Don't forget that it's your masterpiece. Lin Chao reminded him coldly, "There's still a level 9 subterranean exotic beast waiting for you down there." "Humph, do you think I'll go deal with it just because you said so? Don't look down on me. Besides, it wasn't us who did it, and the criminal was also killed by you. That Professor Bai." Sikong Chen was indifferent to her words. Saying that, his figure flashed. And when Sikong Chen moved, Lin Chao suddenly felt a chill on her back. Her body reflexively bounced to the side and shot out. When she turned back, she saw that Sikong Chen was standing at her previous position. When she turned her head again, it turned out that Sikong Chen had also disappeared. Chapter 14:11. Sikong Chen's speed was so fast that Lin Chao couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. She had to rely on her instincts to dodge. Fortunately, the other's scent was still there. Otherwise, Lin Chao wouldn't know how to clearly see the other's position. Because Sikong Chen's scent had already disappeared from her senses, she couldn't sense the other's presence at all. After confirming that Sikong Chen had the strength of a rank 9 metahuman, Lin Chao knew that her mission had ended in failure. Even if she exposed her zombie identity, she still wouldn't be able to defeat the other, not to mention that she couldn't reveal her identity right now. Just by using her ability, her hands and feet were bound, and she could only use half of her strength. After confirming that she couldn't defeat Sikong Chen, Lin Chao didn't say anything more to him. After dodging that attack, she immediately entered the space. After arriving at the small building, Lin Chao frowned as she sat on the sofa. She didn't expect that not only would she not be able to take Sikong Chen's life, but she also tore off his disguise. He already possessed the strength of a rank 9 metahuman, but she didn't know if he had already advanced to rank 9 normally, or if he had used a special method to temporarily advance himself. In any case, the current Seekong-chin wasn't someone that she or Seekong-chin and the others could deal with. And now that Seekong-chin had displayed his rank 9 strength in front of so many people, it was obvious that he didn't plan to hide it. She believed that she didn't need to send this news back, the others would soon receive it. Lin Qiao sat on the sofa with her hands crossed in front of her chest. She was thinking about how to deal with Seekong-chen's situation. Previously, she felt that Seekong-chen's recent performance was very ostentatious, and there was a problem with it. But now that she knew, she didn't have a clue how to deal with him. The main reason was because of Seekong-chen's current indifferent attitude. He was powerful, so he didn't care about anything else. She didn't know why he had to think of so many troublesome schemes before. With his rank 9 strength, he could do anything he wanted. Moreover, he was very tolerant. Previously, she had blown up his underground research base, stolen the contents of his plans, and even cut off his plans. Now, she had blown up all the important weapons in his base. Seekong-chen probably hated her to death. Therefore, when he attacked next, he would definitely destroy her base personally to dispel the anger and hatred in his heart. When Lu Tianyi came in, he saw Lin Qiao sitting on the sofa motionlessly, frowning and thinking. What's the situation? Seeing Lin Qiao's expression, he knew that she had encountered a problem. I just blew up a few arsenals in Huaxia. Lin Qiao turned to look at him and replied. Lu Tianyi froze for a moment and looked at her. Ah. Really? Lin Qiao nodded. But you don't look very happy. Shouldn't he be happy after blowing up a few enemy arsenals? Seekong-chen was probably going to vomit blood again. Lu Tianyi looked at her in confusion. There's one more thing, Seekong-chen just displayed his rank 9 ability user strength. Even if I use all my strength, I won't be able to defeat him, Lin Qiao said with a frown. How is that possible? Lu Tianyi's face changed as he looked at her in surprise. If that was the case, then she didn't expect that Seekong-chen, who was already rank 9, would anger him. But if he wanted to take revenge, who could withstand it? Regardless of whether provoking Seekong-chen was the right decision, even if she didn't come now, Seekong-chen would soon send troops to attack Haiqing. If she only knew Seekong-chen's true strength at that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Knowing Seekong-chen's strength in advance was also a good thing. The problem was that Lin Qiao had angered him. That was a big problem. No wonder he was so confident in dealing with all the bases. So it's because he's the strongest. At this time, Lu Tianyi's expression was synchronized with Lin Qiao's. Their expressions were inexplicably identical. They both frowned and looked like they were in deep thought. Lin Qiao nodded. Not only that, but he also relies on his advanced weapons and medicine. He thinks that we can't fight against those. Lu Tianyi thought for a moment and asked her, then why did you run in here? Did he chase you in? Lin Qiao shrugged. Yeah, I can't beat him. What else can I do other than run? He's rank 9 now, and his speed and power have instantly increased by several levels. He's completely stronger than me, and I can't even outrun him. I can only hide in here for now. Fortunately, he can't sense me in here. Lu Tianyi. If not for this space, let's see how you're going to clean up. Lin Qiao. This was a bit of a miscalculation. In the outside world, Seekong-chen stood in midair. He looked around but couldn't find any trace of Lin Qiao. With a face full of anger, he waved his hand and a large wave of purple flames was sent out. However, he waved it towards the sky. Clearly, he didn't forget that he was in his base. That was why he waved his power towards the sky to vent his pent-up anger at Lin Qiao escaping. Although he had already guessed that this woman would hide in her space, the feeling of letting his prey escape was really infuriating. Wei Haichao looked at Sikong Qin in surprise after he cleared the black fire in the sky. Your ability is already at the 9th level, he said. You're already at the 9th level. When did this happen? Sikong Chen's face was still angry. After hearing Wei Haichao's question, he just said coldly, "Do I need to report to you when I advance?" Wei Haichao was shocked by his imposing manner. He was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. "Oh, of course not. Then stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and clean up the mess that woman made." Sikong Qin glared at him and then disappeared in a flash. Although he disappeared, he didn't go far away. He just found a place to hide his traces. This was because he still had to wait for that woman to come out of the space. Even if she could become invisible, she wouldn't be able to hide from his detection this time. With his rank 9 ability, as long as he carefully looked around, he would be able to detect anyone below rank 9. Whether it was a metahuman, a zombie, or a beast, as long as there was energy in their body, he would be able to detect them. At this time, other than Lin Qiao who was in the space, Elmar, who had been sent out of China by Lin Qiao, immediately had a bad feeling when she sensed the energy fluctuations of the battle between Sikong Qin and Lin Qiao. After feeling that something was wrong, she subconsciously retreated a little further. Although she knew that Lin Qiao was a smart person and wouldn't be in any danger, she couldn't help but be a little worried. Chapter 14:12. Elmar felt that Lin Qiao might not be back so soon this time because she could sense that Sikong Qin was waiting there. So after thinking about it, she decided to bring the news back first. At the same time, she told Kong Qingming about it and asked him to bring the situation back to Ocean City. It did not take long for the Universal Base and Oceanic City to receive urgent information regarding Sikong Chen's rank 9 ability. Wu Qingyue also found out that Lin Qiao had gone to China alone to find trouble with Sikong Qin and was now trapped there. She even blew up Sikong Chen's armory. No wonder Sikong Qin is about to explode. He's not even hiding his rank 9 ability anymore. Wu Qingyue looked at Kong Qingming who came over to report the news with a speechless expression. Kong Qingming nodded and asked, "Why don't you look surprised at all?" Wu Qingyue frowned and replied, "I was just suspecting it before, but I wasn't sure." Now, she had made the answer known to everyone. Didn't she ever think about this problem? He didn't understand Lin Qiao's intention in the last sentence, but he felt that Lin Qiao had the same idea. From Sikong Chen's way of doing things for the past 6 months, it had already revealed that he had a very powerful trump card. He was so powerful that he didn't need to care about the opinions of all the humans in the major bases. That was why he started to openly deal with Ocean City and Universal Base. So thinking about the current situation, if Sikong Qin hadn't developed some incredible weapon that could destroy the world, then he must have had a big breakthrough in his own strength to dare to do this. Otherwise, with his cunning personality, how could he do something so ostentatious? What do we do now? Kong Qingming looked at him and asked seriously. "Brother, your wife is still there and can't come out. Aren't you going to think of a way to save her? Why do you look so calm? What's going on?" "Don't worry. Even if Sikong Qin reveals his rank 9 ability, he won't immediately rush over to attack us. Didn't you say he's still waiting for the underground creatures to finish their advancement? Maybe he'll only make a move then." Wu Qingyue thought about it and said. However, how to deal with Sikong Qin, a rank 9 arcanist, was a difficult problem. Kong Qingming looked at him speechlessly. "I'm asking you, aren't you going to think of a way to save the leader of all living beings? Who asked you how you dealt with Sikong Qin? You don't need me to save you, right? Wasn't she in hiding? Don't worry, she can handle this kind of thing. Don't forget, this isn't the first time she's faced a level 9. Even if she can't come out, she won't be in danger for the time being." Wu Qingyue looked at him strangely before analyzing. Kong Qingming sighed. Sigh, I think you're about to lose a wife. I don't know why this boss is so confident in Sister Lu, but since you want her to spend the rest of her life with you, you should at least show that you're worried about her. Even if you knew that the other party could handle it, if you didn't express it, how could the other party feel your heart? No wonder they hadn't made much progress even after giving birth to the child. It was hopeless. After cursing his boss in his heart, Kong Qingming could only change the topic. Do you have a way to deal with Sikong Qin? He was a level 9 arcanist, and there was nothing on their side that could resist his attacks. Wu Qingyue said, well, we don't have such a strong person on our side for the time being. But we can borrow someone from Lan Lu. Kong Qingming's mind flashed. Ha! You mean their mysterious leader who has reached level 9 a long time ago? But isn't he unconscious? Wu Qingyue shook his head. No, he woke up a long time ago. Moreover, he didn't lose any strength, and it's still the same formula. It's just that Lan Lu used a smokescreen to make others think that he's still unconscious. Kong Qingming was a little happy. So that's how it is. Then with him, we really don't have to worry about Sikong Qin. But Sikong Qin is a long-range attacker, and I heard that this leader of Qing Shan is a close-range attacker. That means it can only be effective in close-range combat. I didn't say that he's going to defeat Sikong Qin, he's just going to help resist Sikong Qin's attacks, Wu Qingyue said to him. Kong Qingming was puzzled. How? Don't tell me he has a skill like a protective shield. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qingyue smiled and clapped his hands. Sigh, you're right. The energy of a rank 9 ability user has already reached the pinnacle. They can control the energy around them at will, and they can also control the energy in their bodies to form an energy shield. Of course, this can't be used to attack, it can only be used as a protective shield. Kong Qingming. He didn't expect there to really be such a thing. But, you know this too. Wu Qingyue nodded. Lan Lu told me this. He used this information to exchange with me for a batch of supplies. Then, after this incident, they plan to move to another base. I'll give you a letter now. You take a helicopter to the northwest to find Lan Lu and borrow his leader. Let's use Sea City to agree to 3 conditions as an exchange. In the future, we can help him 3 times. Actually, I've already talked to him about this before. He should be able to get his leader to help us with this. Sikong Chen thought about it, picked up a pen, and wrote a note and a simple contract. After signing it, he put it in an envelope and handed it to Kong Qingming. No wonder you're still so calm. You're not in a hurry at all. Kong Qingming took the letter and suddenly said. When he turned to walk out, he suddenly turned back to look at him. Are you really not worried about that Lu zombie, big sister Lu? Wu Qingyue confidently said, don't worry, I believe her IQ isn't that bad. The woman he liked, of course, wouldn't have a low IQ. Although Sikong Qin was indeed a level 9, Lin Qiao wasn't weak either. She also had a special space as a golden finger. If that was the case, she could still be killed. It might be an accident, but he knew that female zombie. She wouldn't let an accident happen. She would definitely be prepared. And now that she was hiding in the space, Sikong Qin couldn't do anything to her space. Even if Sikong Qin guarded her, he wouldn't be able to wait for long, unless he didn't plan on invading Sea City. However, this was considered to have bought some time for Sea City base and Sentient base. So now it would depend on who was more patient. One guarded, the other waited. Chapter 14-13. Wu Qingyue could be so calm about Lin Qiao's current situation because he understood and believed in Lin Qiao's ability. He felt that Lin Qiao wouldn't be killed so easily in this situation. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Lin Qiao, but that she didn't need his help right now. After so many previous experiences, Lin Qiao's strong self-esteem wouldn't want him to help her now. That would only make her feel that he was being nosy. So, there was nothing to worry about. But when he thought of Xikong Qin seeing the armory she blew up, Wu Qingyue couldn't help but sympathize with him, and then he gloated. In a battle like this, there was nothing worse than the destruction of one's own military supplies and fodder. After knowing that Xikong Qin was guarding Lin Qiao outside her space, everyone in Universal Base didn't seem very worried. Because since Xikong Qin couldn't sense Lin Qiao's space, it meant that Lin Qiao was safe. As for how their leader would come out, there was nothing they could do even if they were worried. Because according to Elmar's reaction, with Xikong Qin's current strength, even if Lin Qiao was invisible, there was a possibility that she would be discovered. Unless there was something that could lure Xikong Qin away. But Lin Qiao bought some time for everyone to think of a way to deal with a level 9 Arcanist. But other than another level 9 Arcanist, who else could fight against Xikong Qin? Didn't you say that Qingshan Base also has a level 9 Arcanist? Can he help? Lin Feng sat in the conference room and looked at everyone present. After listening to Lin Qiao, Yuan Tianqing looked at him. Isn't he still unconscious? Lin Feng shook his head. Lan Lu sent a message some time ago. Their level 9 leader has woken up. And his strength hasn't been damaged, he still has his original strength. And in order to thank us for helping them, Lan Lu said that if we need any help, we can let them know. I guess Lan Lu has probably guessed Xikong Qin's hidden strength. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and then they all revealed a look of understanding. Does this mean that they are willing to help? Qiu Lily looked at everyone's faces and asked curiously. After Lin Qiao left, she and Lin Kuei led the team back to the base. Lin Kuei nodded at her from the side. Then, since there's a beast tide coming, what do we do? Alright, since Xikong Qin had someone to handle it, now, the only problem they had to deal with was the beast swarm after the subterranean exotic beast's advancement. After Elmar asked, she looked at everyone. Actually, over the past 2 days, they had started noticing traces of high-level subterranean beast activity in the vicinity of the base. Those exotic beasts were here to scout the way and take the lead. Obviously, their advancement event was about to end. Not only that, the exotic beasts that had advanced seemed to be starving, hunting crazily everywhere. This was indeed the same situation as what Xikong Qin knew. These exotic beasts would feel extremely hungry after advancing. However, those subterranean exotic beasts wouldn't stray too far away from the place where they were advancing. They would only be active within a few kilometers. As long as those high-level exotic beasts let out a roar, they would quickly charge back. Now, looking at the traces that were gradually appearing around the human base, it seemed like they were waiting for the end of the promotion process before having a grand feast. To them, the human base was like a breeding farm. Soon, these ferocious and terrifying monsters would descend on the periphery of their base and begin hunting them. Although the catnip that Wenwen brought back and the black fruits that the leader brought back have been made into powder and scattered outside the base, I'm not sure how long it will last. Speaking of this problem, Lin Feng's face was also full of worry. After all, there weren't many catnip and black fruits to begin with. New ones were still being planted, so they couldn't be used. Therefore, the powder that was developed now wasn't enough to surround the entire base. There would be empty spaces in the middle. They were only using the subterranean exotic beast's habit of rejecting these two kinds of plants to be of some use. Fortunately, although these subterranean exotic beasts were extremely hungry, they weren't to the extent of going crazy. At least, they wouldn't rush in recklessly. For example, the subterranean exotic beasts that appeared recently didn't go near the powder's range. Perhaps it was effective for the time being, but it was only temporary. Because there was no guarantee that they wouldn't rush over after all of them advanced. By then, a large number of subterranean exotic beasts would also require a large amount of food. Coincidentally, humans lived in groups, so the number of survivors in the human base would be enough for them to eat their fill. This was a huge temptation. Therefore, even if these subterranean creatures killed each other, only 1/5 of them would advance. However, there were already 7 or 8 colonies surrounding the human base, and there would be at least tens of thousands of them in a circle. To the human base, it would be a disaster. At this time, their leader was trapped in Huaxia and couldn't come back. I have an idea. At this moment, Lin Wenwen, who had been sitting silently behind Yuan Tianqing, suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to look at her. At the same time, they asked, "What idea?" Lin Wenwen stood up and walked left and right slowly. As she walked, she said, "Since these subterranean creatures are only hungry, their food isn't just us. Don't forget that humans aren't the only ones in our base. Since they want to eat, let them eat until they're full. When they're full, it'll be none of our business." With her reminder, everyone suddenly came to a realization. That's right. They also eat zombies. We'll gather the wild zombies and let them eat outside the base. When they're full, there'll be nothing left for us to do. Elmar clapped her hands and said excitedly. Previously, they were all focused on how to use force or methods to fight against these subterranean creatures. Their thinking was slightly off track. Therefore, they were under pressure and couldn't think in a different direction. Then hurry up. If you want to feed them, you'll need to gather a lot of zombies. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief and said to the people in charge of the second base across the table. Elmar and the others nodded at the same time. No problem. We'll take action immediately. Oh, right. Count me in too. At this moment, a ruffian's voice came from the corner. Everyone turned their heads and saw a handsome man leaning against a corner in an improper posture. Mo Yen. When did you come in here? Chiu Lily saw him and immediately glared at him. This is the meeting room, we're having a meeting. How can you come in so casually? Hey, Lily, you still look like you hate me. Also, who said that I can't come in? Your door didn't say that I can't come in. Besides, I've already come in, but I don't see any of you kicking me out. Mo Yen laughed wantonly before teasing Chiu Lily. Chapter 14:14. Everyone didn't want to talk to Mo Yan's nonsense. But seeing that he was willing to help, they didn't want to say anything. So, they still didn't want to talk to him. Chiu Lily turned her face and flicked the back of his head, because you gave me a bad first impression. Mo Yan's expression was indifferent, and he even seemed to be a little proud as he spread his hands. I was just being friendly to you. Is that bad? Alright, you can shut up now. Don't forget that you wanted to attack our base at that time. Elmar glared at him angrily. Mo Yen tilted his head and didn't say anything. Alright, we have 4 level 2 kings here. Please go to the 4 gates and summon the wild zombies back before the underground creatures finish their evolution. Lin Feng saw that the time was right and immediately requested. Elmar and the others stood up at the same time. Elmar, I'll go to the south gate. Chiu Lily, I'll go to the north. Lin Kuei, west. Mo Yen smiled. Oh, then leave the east to me. After saying that, they turned around and left, heading for the top of the building. After reaching the rooftop, the 4 of them disappeared towards the 4 gates. There weren't any wild zombies around the base. They had to go at least 10 kilometers away to encounter wild zombies. So, to summon a zombie tide, they had to go a little further. So, when Haiqing received the news of the base's operation, the zombies around the base had already gathered from afar. Ha! Are they trying to use these zombies as food? He thought. Doesn't this count as fighting poison with poison? Xiao Liqing asked with a surprised and curious expression. Whether it was the zombies or the underground creatures, they were both natural enemies to humans. So, the situation of them hurting each other and fighting poison with poison seemed to be pretty good. Humans could still sit back and reap the benefits. Kong Qingming nodded, I think so. After all, there are more than 1 billion zombies in our country. It was more than enough to serve as food for the subterranean exotic beasts. At least we have a few years to think of a way to deal with these underground creatures. Wu Qingyue smiled. I suddenly realized that the zombie army in the base is very useful. Should we borrow a few more second-rank kings from them? Even a first-grade monarch is fine. Why do I feel like we've been taking advantage of the universal base recently? The food was all provided by them, and the catnip weapons were also the main materials provided by them. Rescuing Li Yuehe was also borrowed from them. Yep, although it didn't seem to be of much use, so let's skip over it. Now we have to borrow people from other people. We have so many people in the base, why don't we do anything? Xiao Yunlong couldn't help but ridicule. Everyone, thinking about it, that seemed to be the case. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. We can't help you now, but that doesn't mean we won't be able to help you in the future. Wu Qingyue quickly turned the page. Then he continued with a smile, both of us are in the same boat. At least in terms of scientific research, we can also provide some help to the base. Just when everyone in the outside world was shocked by the revelation of Xikong Chen's level 9 ability. Inside the space, Lin Qiao was quietly probing for the aura outside. Although Xikong Chen was hiding, even if Lin Qiao couldn't get out of the space. But she still sensed Xikong Chen's faint aura around her, so she was sure that Xikong Chen was still guarding her. She couldn't get out for the time being. So, since she had nothing to do in the space, she went to the farm field to take a stroll. Lu Tianyi, Xiao Xiao, Pesticide, and a group of dozens of level 3, level 4 and level 5 zombies were working hard to plant catnip in the field. When Lin Qiao walked over, she saw Pesticide catching insects to eat. I say, why do you have a special liking for these green insects? She looked at him speechlessly and asked. Pesticide looked up at her, then silently turned his head and walked away. Lin Qiao. Can't you give me some face? Lu Tianyi came over and said, I don't know how this guy's brain works, but it's not the same as normal people. Lin Qiao could only turn her head to look at the catnip in the field, which was the first batch to be planted. Because of the special nature of Lin Qiao's space, the catnip had already grown a little. It was green and full of vitality. And it was very clean. You said that you can't get out now, but what about the base? Lu Tianyi stood beside her and asked curiously. What do you mean? Lin Qiao looked back at him. The problem with those underground creatures hasn't been solved, right? And I heard that those things are very intelligent. What if they find the human base? Lu Tianyi was still worried about the problem the base was facing. Lin Qiao said, Don't worry, Lin Feng and the others are here, they will think of a way. And there's also Wenwen, her ability should give us some hints at this time. She felt that Lin Wenwen was like a mascot, able to predict the future. If she didn't see the situation of the base being destroyed, then there wouldn't be any problems with the base. And Lin Wenwen also said that she saw the situation where she attacked her own base. Therefore, she herself was the key. For some reason, staying here felt quite good. Even if there was an accident, it would be the enemy camp that was harmed. Lu Tianyi looked at her and said, You really believe in their abilities. Lin Qiao smiled at him and said, Of course, other than myself, Who else can I trust other than them? After all, this group of people had never disappointed her, and the people who disappointed her no longer existed. Lu Tianyi was speechless. Poor old Wu, he wasn't included. But will Sikong Chen delay the attack on Ocean City and the base in order to keep an eye on you? After Lu Tianyi sympathized with Wu Qingyue, he suddenly thought of the current situation. Lin Chao said, that's even better. As long as he keeps an eye on me, the base will be safe. If he leaves here, I will have to think of a way to deal with him when I get out. Fortunately, there's Dong Xiaowei now. Saving him was a good decision. She already knew that Dong Xiaowei would wake up. After all, her lake water had never lost its effect on these crazy metahumans. Even Wu Qingyue could be saved, there was no reason that Dong Xiaowei couldn't. Anyway, the energy of the lake water wouldn't be divided into levels, the effect was the same. Dong Xiaowei. Lu Tianyi didn't know who this person was. Lin Chao said, it's the level 9 leader of Qingshan base. Only then did Lu Tianyi remember that the mysterious level 9 leader of Qingshan base did have this name. Chapter 14-15. But didn't you say that the leader is still unconscious? Why are you saying that he has already woken up? Lu Tianyi was puzzled by Lin Chao's mention of the rank 9 metahuman she had saved. Lin Chao walked in the catnip field and replied, don't worry, the energy in the lake will not lose its effect. Lu Tianyi subconsciously turned to look at the direction of the lake and did not say anything. Since Lin Chao said so, it was pointless for him to ask anything else. Lin Chao walked in the catnip field and looked at the vibrant catnip, she sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Sikong Chen, who was in China's base, could not sense Lin Chao's aura after standing guard for a few days. He did not know if she was still hiding in the space or had used her invisibility ability to escape his detection. Although he felt that no matter what it was, as long as the other party had mutated energy, he would be able to sense it. But he felt that this woman was special, she might have a way to hide from him. So the longer he stood guard, the more irritated he became. Wei Haichao came over and said, the underground creatures have finished their advancement. They are now gathering their own kind that have successfully advanced. Moreover, we have not made the medicine to make them go crazy. Although they are very hungry now, they seem to be able to maintain their rationality. Only by making these beasts go berserk would they be able to have a greater effect. Sikong Chen asked, is there any movement from Haiqing and Universal Base? Wei Haichao nodded, yes. Over at Universal Life Base, in the past 2 days, a large number of zombies had started to gather around the perimeter of the base. The zombie tide had completely surrounded the entire base. But these zombies have stopped 10 kilometers away from Universal Base. I don't know why they have stopped approaching. It was normal for a zombie tide to appear, just like the one that appeared outside of China a few days ago. But for it to appear like this and even surround the entire human base, it was very strange. Because when a zombie tide appears, it would usually appear in groups from the left and right. Unless there was a very powerful zombie controlling the entire zombie horde. For example, the lightning-type zombie emperor from before. But other than that one zombie emperor, there were no other zombie emperors. Clearly, zombies were not that easy to level up. Could it be that another zombie emperor has appeared? Or could it be that the lightning-type zombie emperor had returned? Or maybe it really was him, but he had gone to the Universal Base to cause trouble. If that was the case, then he would be happy to see it happen. In any case, being surrounded by zombies was not a good thing. Humph, are they going to face a double attack? Deal with the zombies first, then deal with the underground creatures. Sikong Chen laughed coldly. Sikong Chen understood that the underworld creatures had scouted the location of the human base and wanted to attack it. Not only did the Universal Base appear, but it also appeared in China. From his point of view, since these zombies appeared on the outskirts of the human base, they should be able to survive. There was no doubt that they were going to attack the human base. After all, human flesh was as delicious as drugs to zombies. At this moment, in an old zoo southwest of Universal Base, a group of special underground creatures were hiding in the underground cave. From time to time, they could be seen chasing after the mutant rats. It was said that they were special because they were afraid of light. Another reason was that this group of gorillas without eyes didn't participate in the group advancement activities. Ever since they arrived here, they had settled down. This was because they had enough food, and these food liked to move around underground. It was also less troublesome for them to climb out of the ground. There weren't many underground gorillas, but there were tens of millions of mutant rats. Moreover, the reproduction rate of the rats didn't decrease even though they mutated. Similarly, they had a nest of more than a dozen rats. However, De Zhuang, who had been asleep for a few months, suddenly opened his eyes and roared. His voice spread far and wide in the cave and immediately reached the ears of the other underground gorillas. Therefore, these children and grandchildren immediately set out to destroy the mice's nest. After De Zhuang roared, he closed his eyes and continued to lie motionlessly. Not long after, a series of squeaking sounds reached its ears from afar. Only then did it open its eyes again and slowly crawled up. Outside his cave, more than a dozen big rats were dragged in. These rats were big, and they were level 5 or 6, which was not low. Because they could also dig holes quickly, the underground gorillas that caught them could only drag their prey in. Otherwise, once they let go, these furry fellows would immediately dig holes and run away. After De Zhuang climbed out of his cave, he walked towards his descendants. Then, with each of his hands, he grabbed the squeaky big rats in their hands, grabbed one of them, and bit its head into his mouth. Psha! Blood splattered as he bit the rat's head. He also grabbed the rat's body and pulled it out. Then, the big rat's head and body were separated. Kacha kacha, De Zhuang chewed the rat's head and swallowed it in a few bites. Then, he put the other rat's head into his mouth and bit it off. Then, he continued to chew and walked out of the cave. He chewed his food in the dark, and his mouth was full of blood. There were 2 decapitated rat corpses in his hands, and a large amount of blood dripped onto the ground. When De Zhuang walked out, his descendants, who were preparing food for him, followed behind him. When he finished eating the food in his hands, they would send it over again. Thus, De Zhuang gradually walked out of the depths of the cave after eating more than a dozen big rats. He walked to a place not far from the exit and stretched out his nose to sniff carefully, as if he was trying to distinguish something from the air above ground. 7 to 8 kilometers away from its cave, there was a gathering point for underground creatures to advance. However, there were no more underground creatures killing each other there, but the remains left behind were all over the ground. The air was also filled with the stench of blood, as well as the energy aura that overflowed from the bodies of these underground creatures when they advanced. When these 2 auras were mixed together, De Zhuang knew what was going on. He retracted his nose and forcefully breathed out twice. Then, he shook his head and used his claws to sweep the area below his nose. He looked as if he didn't like the smell. Chapter 14-16. Although De Zhuang had woken up from the cave, he didn't bring his tribe to mingle with the underground creatures that had gathered together. However, he didn't plan to return to the surroundings of the Universal Base. It was already very difficult for him to promise Lin Qiao not to attack humans, and it was impossible for him to go back to protect humans. At this time, there was a pile of wild zombies 10 kilometers away from the Universal Base, and there was still a steady stream of zombies coming from the towns in the distance. The underground creatures that had gathered together after leveling up all noticed these zombies. For the low-level exotic beasts, these were also food, and they weren't picky about their food. However, for those above level 5, they didn't want to eat these zombies that carried a rotten smell. It wasn't fragrant at all. It wasn't delicious either. They wanted to eat the two-legged prey that lived in the high-walled buildings. That meat was sweet and delicious. Apart from the universal base, a large number of zombies had also gathered around Haiqing. Wu Qingyue borrowed 2 level 2nd kings from the universal base and dozens of level 1st kings to help. With these rank 1st kings summoning together, a lot of zombies gathered outside. After all, Haiqing was a highly populated first-tier city, with a total population of more than 20 million people. Naturally, there would be a lot of zombies. Say, do you think these subterranean beasts will fly past these zombies and directly charge into the base? Qiu Lily stood on the top of the wall of the base and said worriedly to the outside of the base. Lin Kuei, who was wearing a solemn military uniform, stood straight next to her. Under the brim of the hat, his calm eyes flickered with a cold light. He followed Qiu Lily's gaze and looked outside. Well, if you ignored the fact that he was twirling Qiu Lily's ponytail behind him, he was a very serious man. It's hard to say. Those high-level underground exotic beasts are very intelligent and mature. If these zombies aren't attractive to them, then the possibility is very high. But if there are too many of these low-level exotic beasts, it will be difficult to control their instincts for food. That's because when you're hungry, you don't really care about how delicious your food is. You'll think it's delicious when you have something to eat. Lin Kuei told her that the probability of this happening wasn't high, but it wasn't impossible. These low-level exotic beasts didn't have high requirements for food. They wouldn't care if it tasted good or not. In any case, it was fine as long as they could fill their stomachs. After all, they were already in a state of extreme hunger. Usually, they were even willing to eat soil. Only the more advanced ones, because of their higher IQ, could think more and wanted more. That was why they were looking for more choices. At the same time, their determination was also much stronger than the low-level ones. You're only talking about the low-level ones. Are the high-level ones likely to cross the zombies? Qiu Lily immediately understood what he meant. Miss Wenwen, this method can indeed stop most of the underground beasts. It should be quite useful, Lin Kuei nodded and said to her. Qiu Lily nodded, oh, but there are a lot of high-level creatures. If they come, can we defeat them? They didn't even have a level 8 in this base, the highest was only level 7. On the side of the underground beasts, there were 5 level 8 ones. And this was only the one surrounding their base. It didn't include all the other bases combined. Thinking about the total number of level 8 metahumans in the 6 human bases in their country, there were only 5 of them. And Lin Qiao was a fake level 8 metahuman. Of course, having 2 level 9 metahumans was also the biggest breakthrough for humans. But this was incomparable to the number of high-level underground beasts. Lin Kuei turned his head and smiled gently at her. It's okay. Wenwen said nothing will happen. She said she didn't see any dangerous scenes. That means our base is still safe. Qiu Lily suddenly remembered Lin Wenwen's special ability. Oh, right. Sister Wenwen has the ability to sense danger. Just when the two of them were worried about whether the high-level underground beasts would cross the zombies to attack the base, a few groups of hungry underground beasts surrounded the base from several directions. Every group of subterranean beasts had a rank 8 subterranean creature leading tens of thousands of starving subterranean creatures to guard the base. On the west side, just outside the West Lake, a group of underground metahumans gathered together, each with a ferocious expression. Some looked like insects, some looked like beasts. There were all kinds of them, and there were many types. There were even strange giant insects that could jump tens of meters high and fly at low altitude. The level 8 underground beast here was a huge beast with a height of 6 meters. It had 2 horns on its head and 2 rows of bone spurs on its back. At the same time, it had 8 legs. The 2 eyes on its face weren't big, but its mouth was very big. There were 2 rows of sharp teeth, and a long hanging tongue. The head of this subterranean exotic beast with 2 protruding horns was actually rather round. Its nose was very short, and there were some ferocious spikes on both sides of its face. It was lying on the top of a mountain a few hundred meters high, looking quietly in the direction of the base. Apart from it, no other beasts dared to approach the top of the mountain. Tens of thousands of large and small beasts gathered at the foot of the mountain. In an instant, they hunted and ate all the plants and animals on the mountain. It looked like the mountain had become barren. The situation in the other directions was more or less the same. Savage level 8 exotic beasts were leading a bunch of starving low-tier subterranean creatures, staring in the direction of the human base from afar. At the same time, the human base was also on standby. Outside the base of Huaxia, the number of underground beasts gradually increased. Because the human population in Huaxia had always been the largest. Therefore, more than 10 level 8 underground beasts gathered outside the base of Huaxia and led a group of beasts towards Haiqing like a tide. Xikong Qin asked Wei Haichao and the others to bring out the backup weapons to deal with the underground creatures. Because Lin Qiao had only stolen half of them. Xikong Qin still had a portion hidden in other places, so he could only bring out the backup ones. Are you still going to keep an eye on her? What about those outside? Wei Haichao asked Xikong Qin. After all, only Xikong Qin could deal with those level 8 underground creatures. But Xikong Qin still had to guard against the female leader of the base. It seemed like he couldn't leave. What if after he left, that woman took the opportunity to come out and continue to cause damage to his base? Don't worry. With my aura here, they won't dare to come over. They won't dare to attack us. Xikong Qin didn't care much about the underground creatures outside. After all, the aura of his rank 9 arcana was very dangerous here, and those high-level subterranean beasts were not stupid. Chapter 14-17. Xikong Qin was right. After he released his aura, the Heavenly Dao Sect Spirit Qi was extremely powerful. The underground creatures surrounding Huaxia base didn't dare to come closer. He looked at the direction where Lin Qiao disappeared. He believed that the woman was still in the original position. Others were thinking of ways to resist the underground creatures, but Xikong Qin wasn't worried about it. With his level 9 strength, these underground creatures wouldn't dare to provoke Huaxia base. Even if they came, he had a special weapon to deal with them. He wanted to see how long this woman could hide in this situation. She definitely knew how dangerous the situation was. She probably wouldn't be able to stay in the space for long. She had to worry about her base, right? Although Lin Qiao did think about the situation in the base, she wasn't too worried. Let's see how long Xikong Qin was going to guard her. Therefore, Lin Qiao hid in the space and didn't worry about the base at all. Xikong Qin was watching the place where she disappeared. The underground creatures outside of Huaxia base also didn't move. However, the underground creatures outside of Haiqing and Universal Base weren't as peaceful as the ones around Huaxia Base. They stayed more than 10 kilometers away from the human base. The longer they stayed, the more restless they became. Because they were hungry. They wanted to eat. They didn't want to eat soil. The low-tier exotic beasts, who were restrained by the high-tier subterranean beasts and couldn't run around, could only chew on the soil after they finished eating all the plants around them. The originally chubby mountain had become thinner. The underground creatures outside of Haiqing Base and Haiqing Base finally started to slowly move toward the zombies outside of the base after a few days of careful observation. The zombies were all low-level ordinary zombies. The highest level was only level 2. Ordinary zombies and level 1 zombies didn't have any sense of danger, so they didn't care about the underground creatures that were gradually approaching them. However, the level 2 zombies seemed to have instinctively smelled danger and tried to hide in a panic. But because of the orders from Lin Kuei, Chiu Lily, and the other level 2 king zombies, they couldn't run too far. Haiqing Base was also prepared. They contacted Qingshan Base and invited Dong Xiaowei over. At the same time, he observed the movements of the underworld creatures outside the base. You can actually think of using zombies as rations, but what about the higher level ones? The intelligence of high-tier subterranean beasts wasn't low. Their tastes and habits were also very picky. They aren't as easy to deal with as those brainless low-tier subterranean beasts. Yi Yingyue, who had followed Dong Xiaowei's personal guards, stood on the roof of a building in the outer area of the Sea City base. She looked out of the base and asked Kong Qingming next to her. Kong Qingming shook his head. That's right, we didn't come up with this idea. It was the base that came up with it. We're just borrowing it. Yi Yingyue nodded. Oh, I see. But why do I feel that my leader won't be of any use if you invite him over? Xikong Chen is currently guarding his base and refusing to come out. Will he come to deal with you guys? Kong Qingming's hands were in the pockets of his camouflage pants. He turned to look at her and said, that's hard to say. After all, he has been planning to deal with Haiqing for a long time. He definitely won't give up just like that. I think he probably wants to drag Leader Lu out of the Huaxia base before he's willing to go out. After all, leaving that troublesome guy in his backyard and then leaving doesn't seem like a wise choice. Hearing that Lin Qiao was a troublesome guy, Yi Yingyue laughed. But what Kong Qingming said wasn't wrong. For Xikong Chen, the current Lin Qiao was indeed a scourge to him. Xikong Chen is about to die from anger. Several arsenals have been blown up. The important cultivation bases for soilless cultivation have also been destroyed. It can be said that the losses are heavy. Her round face smiled, revealing 2 dimples on both sides of her mouth. 2 cute canine teeth were revealed in her row of small white teeth. Kong Qingming looked at her gloating expression and was also infected. He laughed. Yeah, he's about to explode from anger. If it were me, I would definitely vomit blood. Leader Lu's ability to cause trouble isn't just an ordinary kind of strong. Thinking back to the time when she had just returned to Haiqing as a zombie, she caused trouble and caused Yang Chao to come out. At the same time, she also took care of his entire family. Although Leader Lu's situation is a little difficult, it can buy us some time. If Xikong Chen just happens to appear when these underground creatures are attacking the base, it will be a huge blow. Yi Yingyue said with a complicated expression. Kong Qingming didn't say anything. It was unknown whether he agreed with her view or not. At this moment, one of his subordinates hurriedly rushed to his side. Deputy Leader, the underground beast horde has started to move. Kong Qingming and Yi Yingyue looked at each other, and instantly jumped down from the roof. They didn't directly go out of the city to see the situation, but to the command center. In the conference room of the command center, Wu Qingyue brought a group of people and waited for the scouts who were watching the situation outside to send back the news. Before the exotic beasts started to move, Wu Qingyue requested for them to report the situation of the exotic beasts in an hour. As long as the exotic beasts started to move, they had to report back from time to time. Wu Qingyue took the map of Haiqing and hung it on the wall for everyone to see. Moreover, the location of Haiqing base was marked with a line. It indicated the location and distance of the cats, herbs, and zombies outside the base. They are around 80 kilometers per hour, not fast. They are still a few kilometers away from the zombie horde. They will arrive in a few minutes. Xiao Liqing stood next to the map, holding a pen and pointing a few kilometers away from the line of zombies. Wu Qingyue sat on the side closest to the map and raised his chin to look at the map. He turned to look at the group of people standing at the door and said, "Watch the situation of them coming into contact with the zombie horde and send back the information as soon as possible." Yes. The person standing by the door was the messenger responsible for receiving and transmitting information. After hearing Wu Qingyue's order, he immediately turned around and passed Wu Qingyue's order through the walkie-talkie. In just a few minutes, the news was sent back. The person wrote down the situation on a piece of paper in the communication room beside the conference room and quickly sent it back to the conference room. The news is back. Chapter 14:18. As soon as they heard the news, everyone immediately became spirited. One by one, they looked up at the messenger who delivered the news. Seeing that he handed the information to Xiao Liqing, they couldn't help but ask. "How is it? Are they attracted by those zombies?" Xiao Yunlong was the first to ask. Xiao Liqing also hurriedly took the information and read it. After a few glances, he heaved a sigh of relief. He replied, "They stopped. They really stopped." Those large numbers of low-level subterranean beasts didn't ignore that large group of zombies, but directly pounced on them to tear them apart. As soon as his words came out, everyone was relieved at the same time. Continue to watch, see if they will continue to stay in the zombie group to eat zombies, or if it's just temporary. Also, first activate the second level of combat readiness. Wu Qingyue calmly ordered after listening to him. Yes. And it wasn't only the situation in Haiqing, it was the same situation in Universal Base. A large number of subterranean beasts that rushed over were not picky at all, and didn't refuse any of them. They ate these slow-moving ordinary zombies that didn't have any sense of danger. They especially liked to dig out their brains to see if there was a zombie core. Among ordinary zombies, only 5 out of 100 would produce a zombie core, and among 100 zombies that produced a zombie core, only 1 could successfully advance to the first level. The higher they went, the harder it was to advance. Although it was very difficult for zombies to advance, it couldn't stop their huge numbers. There were hundreds of thousands to millions of people in a city, and there were tens of millions of people in first-tier and second-tier cities. Therefore, after 99% of humans became zombies, among billions of zombies, the number of zombies that advanced was still very large. If it wasn't for Lin Qiao's lake water that improved their physique, how could the zombie army of Universal Base advance so smoothly? And there was no failure rate. Seeing that these subterranean creatures didn't dislike these ordinary zombies, everyone in Universal Base was relieved. Obviously, the initial effect of Lin Wenwen's method was very good. But everyone didn't dare to be so relieved. They also had to observe whether those high-level subterranean creatures would break through this food barrier and continue to attack their base. While Universal Base and Haiqing Base were relieved because of the zombie defense line, China's Xikong Qin and the others felt that something was wrong. Since Dong Xiaowei didn't expose his aura in Haiqing, the underground exotic beasts didn't sense him. Therefore, they did not dare to approach him because they were afraid of his powerful level 9 aura. Otherwise, Haiqing would end up like Huaxia's base. The subterranean beasts only dared to watch from afar, not daring to approach. But this was obviously telling Xikong Chen that Ocean City also had a rank 9 ability user. That was why Xikong Chen did not know that there was a rank 9 metahuman waiting for him in Haiqing, but he did notice the zombie horde outside Haiqing and Universal Life Base. The state of these zombies was very strange. It seemed to be different from the normal zombie tide that he knew. Have the zombies been staying in the same place for the past few days? They didn't invade the Universal Base or Ocean City. Sikong Chen stood on the roof of a building not far from where Lin Chao was. He turned around and looked at the others with a frown. That's right. Those zombies didn't go berserk. They just stood there blankly. From the looks of it, it seems like they were specially fed to the subterranean exotic beasts. The rank 2 king zombies don't attack the human bases anymore, instead, they are protecting them. Wei Haichao was also looking at the information about Haiqing and Universal Life Base with a puzzled expression. Originally, when they received the news that a large number of zombies had appeared outside Haiqing's base, they were waiting to watch a good show. In the end, they waited for a few days and the zombies just obediently surrounded the human bases without doing anything. Alright, this time, the zombies didn't attack the human bases. Instead, the subterranean exotic beasts on the periphery started to attack the human bases. In the end, they were stopped by the zombies. No matter how they looked at it, it felt like the zombies had built a line of defense outside Haiqing and Universal Life Base. Sikong Chen thought for a while with a sullen expression, then turned to look at the place where Lin Chao disappeared. He then turned back and guessed, could it be, they used some method to control these zombies? Don't forget, when this Universal Life Base was built 2 years ago, didn't they also put a group of zombies outside the base? As he said this, everyone looked at him. Their gazes were filled with recognition and sudden realization. No wonder. Han Xiao threw the pen in his hand on the table and then said, could it be that this Universal Life Base is raising a king zombie? The others looked at him. Sikong Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. I think the possibility of your guess is very high. Because that's what I thought just now. If they didn't raise high-level zombies, how could they control such a huge group of more than 100,000 zombies? Everyone looked at each other. At this time, even Lu Jinan couldn't help but say, these are all guesses. How can we prove that what you said is true? Can we find the king zombie they raised? This made him interested. As a researcher, for this kind of thing that humans couldn't do, he wanted to know how they did it no matter what. Actually, the most important thing was that he also had this thought. In fact, the most important thing was that he also wanted to know how they did it. And he had also done some research on it, but the result was all failures. So now that he heard someone else had a successful example, how could he not be interested? At this time, Wei Haichao said with a suspicious expression, so, there are a few people following that woman who are very suspicious. Who? Lu Jinan asked him. Sikong Chen and Han Xiao both looked at Wei Haichao as if they had thought of something. Aren't there always people who like to wear sunglasses around that woman? Those people never take off their sunglasses in public. Wei Haichao said the answer. Then he started to count with his fingers. First, Xie Dong. He used to be from Haiqing. Later on, when he went on a mission, he disappeared for a period of time. None of his team members came back. But not long after, this Xie Dong appeared in Haiqing with this woman. From then on, he seemed to have been wearing sunglasses. And these two girls, one is called Chiu Lily, the other is called El March. When the two little girls appear in public with humans, they also wear tinted glasses or sunglasses that can cover their eyes. He had long felt that the people in this Universal Life Base were giving off a strange feeling. Now that he thought about it, it was because of this. Chapter 14:19. It can't be. These people are the trusted subordinates of that woman. If they are really what you are suspecting, they are all level 1 or level 2 kings. It is too scary for them to stay by that woman's side like this. Also, there is nothing about them that matches the characteristics of zombies, except for their eyes. Hearing Wei Haichao state his suspicions so confidently, the rest of the higher-ups in China were in disbelief. First of all, the behavior of these people was no different from a normal person. Could it be that they could imitate humans? But even if they wanted to imitate humans, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time, right? Secondly, that woman often brought these people to other human bases. Was she not afraid that they would be exposed? If these people were really like that, then that woman's guts were bigger than the heavens. Go and investigate the past information of these people. Sikong Chen suddenly said to Han Xiao. Understood. Han Xiao immediately understood what he meant. In other words, Sikong Chen wanted him to investigate whether the people that Wei Haichao mentioned had escaped from death, or if they had never appeared in a human base before. If their experience in a human base was blank, then there might be a big problem. However, it was very difficult to investigate whether they had been in a human base before. This was because a few of the human bases had already been destroyed. If they had lived in a human base before, then it would be very difficult to find out. After all, the number of humans that escaped to China was not even 1/20th of those in the human bases. Moreover, they had to find out whether there was anyone who knew these people from the human base. Therefore, Sikong Chen and Han Xiao did not have much hope for this investigation. The most direct method was to find the most obvious evidence. No wonder their base was so difficult to break into. We sent so many people to investigate, but they all failed. If they were using smell to sense, then how could they not be discovered? At this time, Wei Haichao thought of something else. It is possible. Moreover, Haiching and this human base seem to be working together. If the human base can do it, then Haiching can do it too. Sikong Chen nodded. Then he frowned. If these subterranean beasts only care about eating zombies, then when they are full, would they still be interested in humans? Didn't this mean that Haiching had escaped another disaster? How could they be so lucky? As expected, the subterranean beasts outside of Haiching should go crazy. Lu Jinan laughed coldly. Sikong Chen glanced at him and asked calmly, then can you develop the medicine from before? Lu Jinan looked at him strangely, isn't the research method in your hands? If you didn't give it to me, how would I know how to develop it? Sikong Chen said expressionlessly, I will give it to you when I find it. Lu Jinan shrugging his shoulders. Lin Qiao looked at Sikong Chen and the others who were not far away from the space, and couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. This Sikong Chen was actually guarding her place to the death. However, the people he sent were still doing a lot of things. Lin Yi said. Lin TB. Although she wasn't worried that there would be a serious crisis in her base, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't concerned about the situation in her base after being blocked by Sikong Chen. At this moment, in the space 10,000 meters underground, the incomparably large level 9 exotic beast crawled out from its pit. As soon as it moved, the entire space fell silent. But it was useless. Soon, the big guy started hunting again. And this time, it hunted twice as many beasts as the last time. Finally, it dragged another prey back to its nest and looked up at the sky. Finally, it dragged another prey back to the edge of its nest, and at the same time, looked up above its head. The people who were left behind by Lin Qiaoli observed the movements of the subterranean beast from afar. The group left behind by Lin Qiao observed the movements of the level 9 exotic beast from afar. They discovered that the number of beasts it hunted this time was much greater than before. They started to feel puzzled. This was the third time since their leader left. Why was it so frequent? Moreover, he was eating more and more each time. They felt that the subterranean beast was preparing for something. The people above ground didn't know what was going on underground. The people below ground didn't know what was going on above ground either. On the other side, outside Haiching base, a large group of Guzi surrounded the foot of a mountain outside Wushan/S plantation base. Not far in front of them was a group of subterranean beasts of different levels, but they were in/T led by a subterranean beast. A level 7 exotic beast had a body full of tentacles. At this moment, the tentacle monster was facing off against a big cat with 6 claws. The big cat had its back facing the plantation base. It bared its teeth at the tentacle monster and glared at it fiercely, ready to attack. If the tentacle monster dared to come closer, it would immediately pounce on it and fight it. The subterranean beasts were also afraid of the big cat. Because the big cat was a subterranean beast at level 7, and they only had one subterranean beast on their side. The level suppression of these subterranean beasts seemed to be very severe. They couldn't/T resist the majesty of a subterranean beast. So, the only thing that could go against the big cat was the tentacle monster. The tentacle monster had a huge body. It was small at the top and big at the bottom, and it had no feet. Its whole body was covered with long tentacles, and it seemed to be moving with these tentacles. Well, looking at it carefully, it looked a little familiar. It looked like a giant pile of excrement. Well, to put it more crudely, it looked like a big pile of poop. And it was a pile of poop with hair. Moreover, this fellow's body was also emitting a stench that made people dizzy. This made the dogs with sensitive noses feel like their noses were going to break. Although dogs couldn't/T change their eating habits, they definitely didn't/T like the smell of this tentacle poop. To the subterranean exotic beasts on the other side, these dogs were like a feast. Unfortunately, they were stopped by the big cat. They could only look, not eat. The dogs, who were targeted as food, were also very unhappy. They all pricked the hair on their necks and backs, baring their sharp mouths. From time to time, their throats issued a warning whine. Not far away from them, Old Mengua and the soldiers of the Zombie Legion stood on a small hill and looked over. Fortunately, it/S not a subterranean beast of level 8. It was blocked by a big cat. It saved us a lot of trouble. Old Mengua said with his back crossed, holding a tiger head crutch in one hand and holding his chin with the other. Lu Jun and the others next to him nodded, indicating that they agreed with his point of view. Originally, they had also gathered a group of zombies as backup, but now they couldn't/T use them. Chapter 1420. In this way, the underground beasts ate zombie meat outside the human base for a few days. The high-level beasts did not eat, but did not immediately control them to rush into the range of the human base. They suppressed their hunger, staring straight in the direction of the human base, but did not move. And they did not move, the people on the side of the base also did not move. Roar, roar. One by one, the strange-looking underground creatures pounced on the zombie group with bared fangs and brandished claws. They had already pressed down 1 or 2 zombies under their claws, lowering their heads and gnawing on them. Their mouths were full of black blood, and their sharp teeth were also stained with the black and red blood of the zombies, as well as minced meat or brain matter. Although they did not directly come over, they did not eat those zombies. It seems that they want to eat humans. Xiao Liqing, who was standing on the city wall, said to Wu Qingyue beside him. Wu Qingyue also stared in the direction of the underground beasts, saying, "They are waiting." Xiao Liqing asked, "Waiting for what?" Wu Qingyue said, "I don't know what they are waiting for, but you see, since they are unwilling to eat the surrounding zombies like those low-level beasts, and they are not directly leaving. They certainly do not intend to give up attacking our base, but they have not attacked. I don't know what they are waiting for. But they must be waiting for something." At this time, Xiao Yunlong suddenly appeared beside them. "There is bad news. It is about the universal base." Wu Qingyue and the other turned to look at him in puzzlement. What's wrong? Have they been attacked by the underground beasts? Xiao Yunlong shook his head and said, the people of China are now beginning to suspect that the universal base is raising zombies, and they are secretly sending people everywhere to collect intelligence information about some people in the universal base. The list of people they have collected are those around Leader Lu. The faint smile on Wu Qingyue's face disappeared. He frowned at Xiao Yunlong. Why would they suddenly suspect this? Well, I think I should know the reason. It seems to be caused by the zombie group outside. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the zombie group outside the base that was being bitten by the underground beasts. But China doesn't seem to suspect Leader Lu. This should be good news. But Xie Dong, Qiu Lili, Elmar and others are all suspected. Xiao Yunlong spoke again. Xiao Liqing snorted. I reckon that it won't be long before Si Kong Qin sends out another message, saying that the news about the zombies in the base is true. Furthermore, he will use the reason that the zombies in the base are harming other bases or are against humanity. They never lack reasons to attack other bases. Since China had already started to investigate, Si Kong Qin would definitely want to start from this matter. Since he had already suspected this much, then no matter whether it was true or not, he had to make it true. Si Kong Qin himself is a rank 9 arcanist. His powerful aura can suppress those underground beasts. With that, he didn't have to worry about those subterranean exotic beasts attacking Hua Xiao's base. There are so many benefits to having a high level. Wu Qingyue turned and looked to the north. Xiao Yunlong frowned. The speed of Si Kong Qin's advancement is too fast. Moreover, is it that easy to reach the 9th level? Wu Qingyue thought for a moment and said, he might have used some extreme method to increase his strength, and it wasn't a temporary one. It's been so many days, yet he can still maintain the energy of a rank 9. It's obvious that he has successfully advanced. Wouldn't he be a little weaker than a normal rank 9 arcanist? Xiao Yunlong asked with some doubt. Wu Qingyue glanced at him indifferently. Even if he is weak, it's not something you and I can deal with. The only one who could deal with Si Kong Qin now was Dong Xiaowei, whom they had invited. But he was not very worried about Si Kong Qin now. He was somewhat concerned about the state of these high-level subterranean exotic beasts. What were they waiting for? Liqing, I'm a little concerned about the intention of these things guarding here. Go to the base and find Lin Wenwen and see if she has any special foresight. He suddenly turned to Xiao Liqing and gave an order. Special foresight. Xiao Liqing didn't understand what he meant. Wu Qingyue said, I think these things are waiting for something. Go find Lin Wenwen, her second ability is quite special. Give her some hints, maybe she can foresee what will happen later. Xiao Liqing nodded, understood. If the people of Haiqing and Universal Life Base wanted to circle around the underground exotic beasts that were hunting crazily outside, all they had to do was spray themselves with catnip juice, circle around where the exotic beasts were, and leave through an opening on the side. Because these subterranean exotic beasts did not surround Sea City so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Soon, Lin Wenwen saw Xiao Liqing. Hey, asking me if I have a premonition that something special is going to happen later? No. Lin Wenwen looked at Xiao Liqing in surprise. She knew that the other party came to ask about her second ability, but other than seeing Lin Qiao attack the base last time, she did not see any subterranean creatures attacking the base. When she transmigrated back in time, she often saw it. But after coming back, she had not seen it. Are you sure you haven't seen it? Xiao Liqing was slightly relieved after hearing her answer, and confirmed again. Lin Wenwen nodded. If it's about these subterranean exotic beasts, then I really haven't. Why are you asking this? Is there a reason? Xiao Liqing said, because our leader feels that the high-level subterranean exotic beasts above level 5 seem to be waiting for something to appear. That's why our leader wants me to ask you if you have seen or know anything. Lin Wenwen revealed a thoughtful look. Yes, we have also noticed this situation that Leader Wu mentioned, but I really didn't see anything. Maybe it's because my time isn't up yet. Xiao Liqing looked at her blankly, and then looked at the others. Time. At this time, Yuan Tianqing explained, if it's not someone close to her, or if it's someone who wants to know about the changes in the public, then she can only sense what will happen in a short period of time. In other words, this ability of hers has a time limit. If it's not very close to the time of the incident, she won't be able to see anything. Xiao Liqing finally understood, so that's how it is. Then at least, there won't be anything major happening in the near future. Simply put, Lin Wenwen's second ability currently did not have enough energy, so the ability was a little lacking. You can say that, hiss. Lin Wenwen was just about to nod, but her expression suddenly changed. She covered her head with both hands and took a deep breath. Chapter 14:21. Lin Wenwen's actions stunned the others. They looked at her worriedly. What's wrong? But Lin Wenwen didn't have the energy to care about them at this time because her mind was occupied by a chaotic scene. Yuan Tianqing quickly raised his hand to block Xiao Liqing. Her ability must be acting up. Something must be appearing in her mind now. I guess she doesn't have time to care about us now. Xiao Liqing couldn't help but guess. Could it be the question I asked just now? Did it really give her a hint? Yuan Tianqing turned his head and glanced at him. Maybe. Xiao Liqing didn't say anything. The two of them looked at Lin Wenwen quietly, waiting for her to recover. Lin Wenwen didn't maintain this state for long. After a few seconds, Lin Wenwen's eyes lit up. After a few seconds, she slowly raised her head and closed her eyes, rubbing her temples with her fingers. What's the situation? Yuan Tianqing looked at her and asked. Lin Wenwen opened her eyes. Her gaze was a little unfocused. She closed her eyes for another 2 times before she became clear again. Well, I saw something, but I don't quite understand what's going on, she said with a puzzled expression. What did you see? Tell me. Yuan Tianqing wanted her to say what she saw. Lin Wenwen looked up at him and then at Xiao Liqing. Then she said, I saw the streets of the city, but it wasn't like it is now. It was like before. There were people coming and going on the streets, many cars, and the greenery was also normal. It was peaceful. I think what I saw was the scene before the apocalypse. Yuan Tianqing and Xiao Liqing looked at each other in confusion. Then they looked at Lin Wenwen and continued to ask her, is there anything else? Lin Wenwen shook her head. Well, that's all I saw. There doesn't seem to be anything strange. Apart from these scenes being from before the apocalypse, there's nothing unusual. She also showed a confused expression. She didn't quite understand what the scene she saw was foreshadowing. Lin Wenwen's words made Yuan Tianqing and Xiao Liqing even more confused. Then they began to think of a possibility. Why did you see the scene before the apocalypse? Yuan Tianqing looked at her. He didn't forget that this girl had gone back to the past. Now that she saw the scene of the past, could it be that he wanted her to return to the past? But why did he want her to return to the past for no reason? Or did something happen here that caused her to return to the past? Did you see anything special? Or something like that? Yuan Tianqing couldn't help but ask. Lin Wenwen shook his head. I've already told you. Other than the people and cars coming and going on the streets, there's nothing else. Do the trees on both sides of the road count? Yuan Tianqing turned to look at Xiao Liqing. He didn't know if Xiao Liqing knew that Lin Wenwen had gone back in time. Therefore, it was not convenient for him to say it out loud. Xiao Liqing thought for a moment and said, perhaps there's something very important in what Miss Lin saw, but she doesn't know it yet. After all, she could only see what would happen in the future. She had never seen what had happened in the past. Perhaps what she saw this time has something to do with what we're about to face. When Lin Wenwen heard this, she frowned and thought carefully about the scene just now, wondering if there were any details that she had overlooked. At this time, it was like playing a game of finding fault, trying to find something different. In the end, Lin Wenwen didn't say anything unusual. Xiao Liqing could only go back unwillingly. After returning, he reported the situation to Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue also showed a puzzled expression. Then he slightly frowned and thought, since she had a reaction to her ability after seeing you, it means that your hint worked. That means your hint worked, so what she saw must have something to do with what you said. Although Lin Wenwen's ability was activated randomly, she didn't actively see what she wanted to see. But there must be a reason for her random inspiration ability. Xiao Liqing nodded. I think so too, but what's the connection? Wu Qingyue frowned and didn't say anything. Time passed day by day. The underground beasts ate more than half of the zombies. They were probably full. On the other hand, Sikong Qin sent people to investigate the situation of the base while still guarding his own base, waiting to catch Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao, on the other hand, was peacefully planting grass in her space base. She wasn't worried, but Lu Tianyi was worried for her. You haven't gone out for so many days. Are you really okay? Lin Qiao squatted on the ground, moving a recently cultivated catnip seedling into the pit. Then, while holding the landfill, she replied, it's only been 10 days. If something really happens, they will probably think of a way to lure Sikong Chen away to let me go out. With Sikong Chen's current strength, it was impossible for him to come here silently to find her. So if they wanted to attract her attention, they would have to directly lure Sikong Chen away. She couldn't get close to him, but there was still a way to lure him away. Lu Tianyi was a bit speechless. I didn't expect Sikong Chen to be so patient. He actually refused to leave. He has been guarding for so many days. Isn't he worried about those underground beasts? Lin Qiao said, what's there to worry about? He's now a level 9. There aren't any underground beasts stronger than him. How would he dare to charge in? Lu Tianyi thought about it. That's true. I keep feeling like you're in a dead end. When will Sikong Chen leave? If Sikong Chen didn't leave, Lin Qiao wouldn't go out, right? Lin Qiao touched her heart. She looked at the ground with a thoughtful expression. That might not be the case. I'm guessing that he won't be able to guard this place for long. What do you mean? Lu Tianyi looked at her, confused. Lin Qiao raised her head and shook her head. It's hard to explain. Just wait and see. For the past 2 days, her heart had been palpitating, as if she had a premonition that something was about to happen. It was just like the warning she had when she was very close to the level 9 beast in the underground space. However, her feeling now wasn't as strong as it was then. So, it was just a sign that something was about to happen. However, it didn't make her feel alarmed. Not long after, Sikong Chen, Wu Qingyue, and the people from the other bases received a piece of news. The holes that the underground beasts had crawled out of were now overflowing with a large amount of unknown fog. Furthermore, it was coming out on its own, and wasn't brought out by the underground beasts. Every hole was like a sprayer, spewing out a large amount of unknown fog. The fog rose high into the air, and then spread into the air. Chapter 1422. The surroundings of the underground beasts' caves were already barren to begin with. Because when those exotic beasts first appeared, the various gases they brought out had already turned the surrounding plants into sand or withered. There was no vitality, no plants, no animals, only barren land that had been destroyed. But this situation did not last long before it stopped. After the exotic beasts left, the poisonous gas no longer appeared in the cave. Therefore, the surrounding vitality that was swallowed was only within a few hundred meters. Beyond this area, it would return to its original state. However, the mist that gushed out this time carried a purplish-red star that spread around with the wind. The scope of the mist was not just within a few hundred meters. It quickly spread to a few hundred meters away, up to 1,000 meters away, and was still spreading outwards. It's that kind of energy gas in the underground space. This kind of energy is very vicious and overbearing. If it doesn't stop, I'm afraid it won't be long before all the vitality on the ground will be swallowed clean. Kong Qingming had been to the underground space in Haiqing Base before, so he recognized the mist when he saw it. It's not easy to block those cave entrances. The gas is also very harmful to humans. If you want to get close, you have to make preparations first. Wu Qingyue frowned slightly. He didn't know how the poisonous energy gas came out from tens of thousands of meters underground. And if we want to block the cave entrances around the base, we have to get rid of the underground exotic beasts on the periphery of the base first. Those low-level ones are easy to deal with, but it depends on how those high-level ones deal with them. Xiao Yunlong was also frowning at the side, searching for a way in his mind with a serious expression. According to the speed at which the poisonous energy gas is spreading, if we don't block it as soon as possible, it will spread to our base in less than a month. Wu Qingyue thought for a moment, then said, and rather than blocking it, it's better to disperse it. Blocking it is only temporary. Since they couldn't think of a way to completely resolve the poisonous energy gas, they could only temporarily block the cave entrances. But there were only so many caves in the country, they couldn't block all of them. Especially since there weren't many people in the southwest and northwest. Now, it would take a lot of manpower and time to send people over. The speed at which the gas was spreading was not fast, and the closest to Haiqing was dozens of kilometers away. Therefore, according to Wu Qingyue's calculations, their base would be covered by the energy gas in a month's time. Could it be that something happened to that level 9 exotic beast in the underground space? Because when we were down there, Chief Lu said that the level 9 fellow seemed to be able to control these energy gases. Kong Qingming thought for a long time with a sullen face, and suddenly remembered what Lin Qiao had said when they were underground. It was just that Lin Qiao's tone at the time wasn't very certain. Wu Qingyue, Xiao Yunlong and the others all turned to look at him. It's related to that level 9 beast again. But aren't these gases formed because of the environment? Kong Qingming expressed that he wasn't sure either. I'm just guessing. Perhaps we'll have to ask Leader Lu herself. She was close to that level 9 exotic beast before. Wu Qingyue and the others were silent for a while, thinking that they should indeed call Lin Qiao back to discuss. Wait a minute, you're saying Leader Lu stayed close to that level 9 exotic beast? You weren't discovered. Xiao Liqing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly looked at Kong Qingming and asked. Everyone, the most frightening thing was that the air suddenly became quiet, so, if she could come and go freely next to a level 9 exotic beast, it didn't make sense that she would be discovered in front of Sikong Qin. One must know that the perception of an exotic beast was stronger than that of a human, not to mention that it was a level 9 exotic beast. Lin Qiao herself couldn't have not thought of this situation. Could it be, she was pretending? Xiao Yunlong turned to look at Wu Qingyue and asked him, what do you think she's trying to do? Is she deliberately delaying Sikong Qin? What's her intention? Wu Qingyue looked at him in silence, his face expressionless. Could he say that he didn't know what she was up to? Because she hid and didn't come out, everyone thought that Lin Qiao was afraid of Sikong Qin. And at the same time, it gave Sikong Qin the illusion that she had been trapped. But what was her intention in doing this? Does the Universal Life Base know about this situation? They should know about it, right? Xiao Liqing asked, but he hesitated for a moment. After all, they were her people, they should know what she was planning. So Wu Qingyue immediately sent people to the Universal Life Base to inquire about the news. Lin Feng and the others expressed, "Huh? Is that so?" That is to say, the leader is just pretending to be trapped there. But her movements are actually not restricted. Yuan Tianqing looked at Lin Feng looked at Lin Wenwen, and Lin Wenwen also looked at him. Everyone had a blank look on their faces. It seems that she didn't even reveal any information to you guys. If you want to hide from the enemy, you have to first deceive your own people. Seeing their reactions, Xiao Liqing somewhat understood Lin Qiao's actions. She made Xikongchen think that he was the only one there and she didn't dare to come out. Her first goal is to delay Xikongchen there. But there is only one advantage to doing this, and that is, we don't have to deal with his own attacks for the time being. Is it so that we have spare energy to deal with those underground beasts? Lin Feng understood Lin Qiao better and guessed the possible motive of her doing this. But why? If Xikongchen wants to go out, then the first thing he will deal with is your Sea City. We don't have to worry too much. The leader of Green Mountain Base is currently in Ocean City. If Xikongchen can't take over Ocean City, then he can't do anything about it. If Xikongchen can't take over Sea City, he will definitely turn around and deal with our base. Lin Wenwen suddenly said. Lin Feng and the others immediately fell silent. Lin Wenwen was right. It seemed that Lin Qiao already knew that Sea City would go to Blue Land to ask for help. This way, Xikongchen would definitely not be able to do anything to Sea City, but he could turn around and deal with the Universal Base next to it. If Wu Qingyue wanted Dong Xiaowei to defend the Universal Base, then he would have to give up Sea City. But Lin Qiao understood Wu Qingyue, he wouldn't give up on the human survivors in Sea City. So if he knew that Xikongchen was going to make a move, he would probably bring the survivors to Sea City to take refuge. And that was what Wu Qingyue did. As early as a few days ago, the ordinary humans in the Universal Base had already been quietly moved to Sea City. Now, Lin Feng and the others were all metahumans and soldiers, as well as the zombie army at the second base. Maybe she's delaying for time, waiting for an opportunity. Could it be that she already knew that there would be movement in the underground space? Is this what she's waiting for? Xiao Liqing concluded as he looked at the others. Chapter 14:23. Lin Feng, Yuan Tianqing, and the others looked at each other. If that's the case, I think she wants Xikongchen and Wu Qingyue to hold each other back first, and then wait for the situation to turn for the better. As for whether she knows that there will be abnormalities in the underground space, it's hard to say. Perhaps she knows, or she's just making a prediction. After hearing Xiao Liqing's words, Lin Feng felt that there was a high possibility that what he said was true. This was because Lin Qiao was the one who knew the situation underground the best. If she could predict what would happen underground at this time, it would definitely be a huge movement. From the looks of it, Xikongchen could suppress the underground beasts, but he couldn't suppress the spread of the poisonous gas. In the end, Hua Xia would have to face the same problem. He wouldn't have the time to care about anything else. Lin Qiao would be able to slip out and find a chance to attack Xikongchen. Could it be that the level 9 beast underground is about to come out? Yuan Tianqing asked with a frown. He looked at Lin Wenwen. Wenwen didn't see the premonition either. It shouldn't be coming out, right? Lin Wenwen said, that might not be the case. Just because I didn't see it doesn't mean it won't appear. At this moment, Li Zheng appeared at the door. He stood by the door and knocked, looking at everyone. Seeing Lin Feng nod to let him in, he walked in. Li Zheng stood next to Lin Feng and said, "Those high-level underground beasts are making strange movements." Lin Feng raised his head and asked, "What strange movements?" The others also looked at Li Zheng. If those high-level underground beasts were making strange movements, it must have something to do with the poisonous gas. They're very restless. They seem to be preparing to attack our base. But since those low-level underground beasts don't have any motivation, they've already given up on commanding them, Li Jing said. In other words, the underground beasts above level 5 to level 8 were going to attack the human base together. They were all high-level beasts. Even if their numbers were small, no one in the human base could resist them. Just those level 8 beasts alone were unstoppable. The pressure on Lin Feng and the others suddenly increased. They didn't know what Lin Qiao was up to in Huaxia. But she doesn't seem to be worried about the base. What's going on? Could it be that your leader left you some sort of backup plan? Although most of the people have already moved to Sea City, she wouldn't just leave the base like this, right? Xiao Liqing looked at Lin Feng and the others with uncertainty. Lin Feng glanced at Yuan Tianqing and both of them shook their heads at the same time. He suddenly turned to Li Jing and said, "Go and ask those at the second base if the leader left any words or anything special for them." Li Zheng looked at him in confusion. "What message?" "Something special." Lin Feng said, "Don't ask anything else. Just follow my instructions." Li Zheng nodded. "Yes." Seeing Li Jing leave, Lin Feng said to Yuan Tianqing and Xiao Liqing, "Don't hold too much hope. Let's think of a solution first. If those high-tier subterranean exotic beasts really charge at us, we can only retreat." Yuan Tianqing sighed. "Yes, what else can we do?" Although Lin Qiao went to steal the weapons that were specially used to deal with the subterranean exotic beasts, she didn't send them back. Although there was a lot of catnip scattered outside the base, it shouldn't have much effect on those high-level and intelligent subterranean exotic beasts. But not long after Li Jing left, Qiu Lily and the others came. "Yes, you guessed right. The leader did leave a message before she left. She said, 'Don't worry and stay in the base.'" "It'll be fine," Elmar said to them after she came in. Yuan Tianqing and the others looked up at her in confusion. "Ha!" She told them to stay in the base, but those level 7 and 8 subterranean exotic beasts were going to rush in and eat them one by one. How could they stay there? Elmar shrugged. "That's what she said. Didn't you send someone to ask?" Qiu Lily walked to the window and leaned against it. Elmar and Lin Kuei found a place to sit. Lin Kuei said seriously, "The leader did say that if we can't stop them at the last moment, it's better to stay in the base and not go anywhere." Lin Feng asked him doubtfully, "Did she say why?" "She has to have a reason." Qiu Lily and the others shook their heads and said in unison, "No." Lin Feng, Yuan Tianqing, Xiao Liqing, and the others, "Will it really be fine? Why do I feel that she's not reliable?" Yuan Tianqing said quietly. Xiao Liqing glanced at him. "She's your leader. Don't you know whether she's reliable or not?" Yuan Tianqing. He couldn't refute that. "I believe what she said. Why don't we see what will happen? Anyway, if we really can't hold on, we'll just scatter first." Qiu Lily raised her hand and looked at everyone. Lin Wenwen also agreed. "I agree. If there was any critical situation, she would leave Dong Xinxin behind." The base naturally didn't need to worry about the situation in Haiqing. At most, they could just release Dong Xiaowei's aura to keep them away. With the aura of a level 9 arcanist, no matter how irrational these exotic beasts were, they would not rush over instinctively. Lin Feng was silent for a while. Since she said that, she must have her reasons. "Let's do as she says. It's her order, after all." Of course they couldn't disobey their leader's orders. After all, their leader wasn't someone who would cause trouble without reason. While everyone was guessing whether or not Lin Qiao had some hidden cards up his sleeves, Lin Qiao was observing the situation outside the space. Seeing Han Xiao and Wei Haichao coming over more frequently these 2 days, Lin Qiao felt that it was about time. She closed her eyes and finally flashed out of the space. Then, she quietly stood on the spot and looked in Xikong Chen's direction. After a few seconds, she turned around and sneaked toward the Huaxia base's inner area. Lu Tianyi was surprised and puzzled when he sensed Lin Qiao coming out of the space. Why did she go out now? Wasn't it dangerous outside? But now that Lin Qiao had gone out, he couldn't ask her. He could only ask her when she came back. Lin Qiao came out for a few seconds. After confirming that Xikong Chen had no reaction, she went to look for her next target. Then, she headed for her next destination, which was also somewhere in Huaxia. Xikong Chen still didn't know that the rabbit he had been guarding for more than 10 days had snuck out again. He didn't feel it at all. He was already locked onto by the situation he had been guarding here for the past few days. He still thought that it was impossible for Lin Qiao to come out. Unless she wanted to be discovered by him. Chapter 1424. Lin Qiao knew that Xikong Chen could sense all existences with energy levels lower than his. If she was a normal level 8 zombie or a level 8 metahuman, she definitely wouldn't be able to escape his senses. However, she didn't forget that she was moving around the level 9 exotic beast in the underground space. Even that level 9 exotic beast couldn't sense her. That meant that Xikong Chen shouldn't be able to sense her existence either. However, while maintaining her guard, Lin Qiao wasn't sure if Xikong Chen was really like the level 9 exotic beasts in the underground space, unable to sense her. However, she was at least 70 to 80% sure of it. She had been hiding and not going out. On one hand, she wanted Xikong Chen to think that she couldn't escape his senses. On the other hand, she was waiting for the situation outside to change. Naturally, there was a reason why she could stay in the space so peacefully. In the eyes of outsiders, she was trapped by Xikong Chen. However, Lin Qiao was indeed waiting for the changes in the underground space. Although Lin Qiao's foresight wasn't as accurate as Lin Wenwen's, she could vaguely sense what was happening in the underground space. However, she could vaguely sense something from what she saw. Her observation skills had never been bad. When she was in the underground space, she saw that the level 9 exotic beast's energy was being converted in large amounts. That was why it hunted in large amounts, absorbing the flesh and blood of those level 8 exotic beasts to convert the energy in its body. The energy in that underground exotic beast's body wasn't the same as the energy in the underground space. Instead, it was another type of energy that was converted from that energy. The energy in that level 9 exotic beast's body was even more dangerous than the energy in the underground space. It had completely suppressed the energy in the underground space, which was why it could control everything in the underground space. When Lin Qiao got close to it, she actually discovered miraculously that she could sense the thoughts of that level 9 exotic beast. Its intelligence wasn't that high. On the contrary, it was even lower than those level 8 exotic beasts. However, its wild instincts were very terrifying. That was why those level 8 exotic beasts were afraid of it. Although she could sense the thoughts of that level 9 exotic beast, she didn't really understand it. On the other hand, Lin Qiao was able to guess its thoughts when she saw it raise its head from time to time. That fellow probably wouldn't be able to stay underground for long. As such, when she came to the surface and saw the gathering of the subterranean exotic beasts, she guessed that it might be related to that level 9 exotic beast. They didn't gather together just to level up. This was actually a special ceremony. As such, After combining the situation of the level 9 exotic beast underground and the exotic beasts on the surface, Lin Qiao knew it probably wouldn't take long. The big guy underground was about to come out. This time, he would let Xikong Qin deal with it. She had said earlier that the level 9 exotic beast was waiting for him. Since he would not deal with it, she would draw it to her. With a flash, Lin Qiao sneaked into the inner region of Huaxia and quickly found a place. She knew that Xikong Qin had a lot of underground research facilities. Not only were there outside of Huaxia, but there were also quite a few inside Huaxia. She remembered that there was also one underground in the inner region of Huaxia. Although he didn't know what kind of research it was definitely not simple for it to be built in the inner district. In any case, she came to Huaxia to cause trouble. Since she couldn't kill Xikong Qin, she could just destroy one of his research facilities before she left. Emichim, I hope Xikong Qin doesn't mind. Ha!
Xikong Chen was still standing on the rooftop, with Wei Haichao and Han Xiao standing opposite him. They reported the situation of the subterranean exotic beasts outside the base to him, and told him about their investigation of the base. The closest cave to us is 30 kilometers away. The poisonous gas at the cave entrance is spreading at a speed of about 1,200 meters per day. At this rate, it'll reach our base in less than a month. There's nothing that can stop the poisonous gas from spreading. What are we going to do in a month? Wei Haichao asked, looking at Xikong Chen. Haven't we already rushed to make the masks? Xikong Chen asked. Masks for more than 1 million people. It's impossible to make them even in a month. Han Xiao interrupted from the side. Actually, Huaxia's population of 2 million had already been reduced by about half after the second virus outbreak. Now, there were only about 1,200,000 people left. Haicheng only had about 600,000 to 700,000 people left. Currently, all 6 bases in the country added up didn't even have a population of 3 million people. Haven't we already made 200,000 finished products? We have 1 more month. If it's not enough, then there's nothing we can do. They're just unlucky. Xikong Chen said faintly, then asked him, did you find out if the people in the base are humans or zombies? Hearing this, Wei Haichao also stared at Han Xiao. He was also very curious about whether the people in the base were humans or zombies. Han Xiao frowned and said, I didn't find out the identity of the 2 girls, but I found out about Lin Kuei. He's the level 7 experimental zombie that was stolen from our base at the beginning of last year. His words successfully made Xikong Chen and Wei Haichao excited. They both looked at him. It's him. It's him. That woman took him away. But why can he become like a normal person now? The 2 girls are also very suspicious. Just because we can't find them doesn't mean they're humans. Instead, they're even more suspicious. Wei Haichao looked at Han Xiao in surprise. No way. He's that Logia-type zombie? But he's completely different from before. Han Xiao nodded and said, it's him. Because he had only appeared by that woman's side after he had disappeared for a period of time. Fortunately, we still have some people in Sea City. This information was obtained with great difficulty by him risking his life. Xikong Chen snorted and then turned to look at the place where Lin Qiao was no longer. She can't run. Since she dared to bring this zombie to her side, there must be a second one, or a third one. No wonder the base was surrounded by zombies but didn't react to the humans in the base. If this isn't being controlled, then what is? Wei Haichao looked at Han Xiao. Are you sure it's that zombie? Since you know the identity of this Lin Kuei, why can't you get the information about the others?
Han Xiao looked at him and replied, do you think it's that easy to get their information? This Lin Kuei is the experimental zombie that we lost, and he accidentally got it. It's all luck. The others aren't so lucky. But just this Lin Kuei alone has already shown that there are many problems around this woman. That's right. In this woman's base, it's very likely that there are a lot of high-level zombies. Although I don't know what method she used to change the appearance of those zombies. By the way, didn't this woman die once? Sikong Chen's calm eyes suddenly flashed. Chapter 1425. There is such a thing, but you think she is a zombie, it seems unlikely. There's nothing suspicious about her. Hearing Sikong Chen mention that Lu Tianyu had died once, Han Xiao and Wei Haichao looked at each other and felt that his guess was unlikely. After all, the other suspects all liked to wear glasses and didn't show their eyes. The eyes were the best evidence of a zombie, but this woman's eyes were normal, and she was openly showing them. But it's really strange that these zombies can actually evolve back to human form. Although many high-level zombies can recover most of their appearance, it is very strange for them to be able to recover so well and speak normally. Wei Haichao stood on the side, holding his arms with a puzzled expression on his face. Continue to investigate, even if there's nothing wrong with this woman. At that time, let's see if the mere 20,000 people in her base dare to continue staying in that zombie base. Sikong Chen said coldly, then said, Wu Qingyue actually cooperated with this kind of base. Does he want to betray humanity and help the zombies? No matter what his intentions are, just collaborating with the zombies is already against the rules of human survival in all the major bases. Han Xiao said. Zombies were meant to eat humans, and humans were meant to kill zombies. Both sides were on opposite sides, and it was a situation where they would kill each other. And Wu Qingyue actually cooperated with zombies at this time. It was equal to going against humanity. This was not allowed. Because it was the instinct and nature of zombies to eat humans, they were mortal enemies with humans. This woman is raising zombies in her base. Don't tell me she's feeding humans to them. No wonder none of the people we sent before returned. Wei Haichao muttered at this time. At this time, the Universal Base and Ocean City also noticed that China was investigating the Universal Base. After discovering that Lin Kuei's information had been leaked, he knew that the secret of the Universal Base could no longer be hidden. Fortunately, Lin Feng and the others had already made preparations for this. Even if they were exposed, they had a way to deal with it. Sea City, on the other hand, might be affected. Lin Feng sent someone to inform Wu Qingyue to see what he was going to do. If the zombies in the base were to be exposed, he would have to make a choice. Should they choose to help the Universal Base and betray Ocean City, or should they choose to dissolve their relationship with the Universal Base and attack them? There were at least 600,000 to 700,000 people in Haiqing. It was impossible for him to control so many people to agree with Lin Chao's zombie army. Even if these zombies didn't harm them, as long as they were zombies, it was impossible. Wu Qingyue was sitting in his office, Xiao Liqing and Xiao Yunlong were sitting in front of his desk, and Kong Qingming was standing next to him. The three of them looked at him, waiting for him to speak. After a moment of silence, Wu Qingyue said with an expressionless face, "If that's the case, then let's go. Yunlong, I'll leave this to you and old Zhou." The three of them looked at each other and asked, "Are you sure about this?" Old Wu's words clearly indicated that he did not intend to bring them over to the Universal Camp. There were so many people in Haiqing, and he did not intend to let all of them join the Universal Camp's zombie army. After all, that was impossible. But Wu Qingyue did not intend to give up the Universal Base. After all, he already knew Lin Chao's identity. He also knew everything about her base. After deciding on Lin Chao, he never thought of giving up on her. He also knew that she would not give up her base and her army, so Wu Qingyue naturally would not persuade her to give up those things. Xiao Yunlong raised his eyebrows. "It seems that you have already decided. Paper can't cover fire, and the Universal Base's zombie army actually did not really want to hide. Otherwise, their leader would not take them on missions everywhere. If they were afraid of being discovered, it would be better to hide and not appear. But she did not do so. Instead, she frequently took them out for activities. Looking at her, she actually did not intend to hide her zombie army for a long time. As long as it was exposed, she would stand on the opposite side of humanity and be hostile to humanity. Then you don't have to keep us here. We can go with you. Xiao Yunlong frowned and looked at him. Wu Qingyue shook his head slightly. If you follow me, you will face the hostility of the entire human base. This will not do you any good. Are you still willing to follow me? But you are already there, and you don't care about Sea City anymore. Then there is no point for us to stay here. Xiao Yunlong shrugged indifferently. Although Sea City was built by them, if Wu Qingyue was not here, then this base would not have much meaning to them. Compared to this base, they wanted to follow Wu Qingyue more. After all, if the base was gone, they could build another one. If the relationship between people was broken, then it was broken. Xiao Liqing nodded in agreement. I will follow you wherever you go. Kong Qingming spread out his hands lazily. In any case, Lu Tianyi is over there. I don't want to stay here. The base is big, but there are still so many things to do every day. Isn't it because of Long Qingying? Wu Qingyue smiled at him. Kong Qingming, half and half, aren't you the same? The base that he built himself was abandoned just like that. Wu Qingyue glanced at Xiao Liqing, then turned to Xiao Yunlong and said, Are you sure that little Yu is willing to go with us? Xiao Yunlong nodded. Do you need to worry about this? Little Yu's attitude towards you is more important than me. If you want to leave, she will definitely be the first to leave Sea City. But I didn't expect you to be so straightforward. This base was also built by him. Everyone knew how much effort he had put in. And then for his own woman, he threw it away. Wu Qingyue smiled faintly. From the time I knew her identity to the time I was going to propose to her, I already had this plan. The base can be built by myself, but the other half is not so easy to find. Especially in this era, finding a wife is more difficult than building a base. With his strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to build another base now. But it was very difficult to find a woman that he liked and was suitable for himself. Especially this woman was his son's mother. If he didn't look for her, who else could he look for? Xiao Yunlong nodded, then raised his hand and patted Xiao Liqing next to him. It's okay, there are many girls over there. Xiao Qing, you can also find one. Even if it's a zombie, it doesn't matter. Apart from this special example, look at Qin Yuding and his wife, they are also living quite well. Xiao Liqing, why did it suddenly become the rhythm of urging him to get married? Chapter 1426. Just when Wu Qingyue decided to choose his wife and child and give up on the Sea City base he built with his own hands. On the other side, Lin Feng and the others also called for a meeting with the few humans who stayed in the base. Apart from the few thousand troops led by Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng, most of the members of Dong Xinxin's March Corps hunters were left in the base. As for the few corpse hunting groups that joined with the March Corps hunters, they were sent back when Lin Feng transferred the ordinary people in the base to Sea City. Only Dong Xinxin and the others were unwilling to leave. They only sent away some ordinary members and their families who had no combat ability. On the square in the inner district of the base, several basic army corps that originally belonged to Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing stood neatly on one side. In the middle stood the new corps that had joined for less than 3 months. On the other side stood Dong Xinxin and the other survivors who had combat ability but were unwilling to go to Sea City for protection. What's going on? Why did they suddenly summon us here? Are they not going to care about the underground beasts outside the base? Among Dong Xinxin's group, Luo Yuanjun couldn't help but ask as he looked around. His handsome face looked a lot tougher because his skin had darkened, and a pair of shrewd eyes swept around. Deng Chenfei and Dong Lijia looked at Dong Xinxin at the same time. Dong Xinxin shrugged. Why are you looking at me? How would I know? Dong Lijia looked around. His eyes were still smiling, and the corners of his mouth were slightly curled up. But the others didn't know whether he was smiling or not. Anyway, it was just a faint smile. He looked around and said, "Are they trying to persuade us to leave? Do you remember what Wenwen told us when we first arrived?" Dong Xinxin suddenly recalled what Lin Wenwen had said at that time. She had said that if they had to choose to leave or not to stay, even if they had to leave, they shouldn't be her enemy. Is that so? She looked in the direction of Lin Feng and the others with uncertainty. They're here. At this moment, Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing brought to Yuanqing, Li Zheng, Chen Yuting, Lin Wenwen, and a bunch of other people out and walked up to the high platform. Lin Feng stood on the high platform and scanned the thousands of people below expressionlessly. Only then did he speak up, "Don't worry, everyone. Although you're all here, there are still people outside the base holding back those subterranean beasts. There wouldn't be any exotic beasts charging into the base for now. Today, I've gathered everyone here to explain one thing. In fact, a small number of people already know the reason, but most people don't." At this point, he paused slightly. He gave everyone some time to react to what he said, and also to mentally prepare them for what he was going to say next. Among the small group of people he mentioned were Qin Yu, her partner Sun Lunan, Do Yunfan, Jiang Anan, Ling Jing, and so on. Hearing his words, Dong Xinxin and Dong Lijia looked at each other, and a look of understanding flashed across their eyes. No one knows what the second base looks like, what's inside, and why no one is allowed to get close. I can tell you now, because even if I don't say it today, I believe you'll hear about it soon. Lin Feng stood ramrod straight in his military uniform, his long legs slightly spread apart. The cape on his back fluttered slightly in the wind. His eyes under his military cap were cold and stern. He continued, "I can tell you now why the second base doesn't allow you to get close. Because without them, this base wouldn't have been built. Without them, you wouldn't be able to live so comfortably in this base. But their identity is that they are the enemies of humans, because they aren't humans. Not a human." The last sentence successfully stirred up everyone present. Dong Xinxin and the others looked at each other blankly, asking in confusion, "Not humans? Could it be that there are mutated beasts hiding there? Or zombies?" Woof! Just as everyone was making wild guesses, a dog's bark suddenly rang out from a corner of the plaza. Everyone turned their heads and saw a big black dog jumping onto a short building at the side, barking at the densely packed people in the plaza. Woof, 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 Lin Feng and the others, Dong Xinxin and the others, everyone at the scene. Seeing that everyone at the scene looked at the dog with a look of understanding, Lin Feng and the others' mouths twitched stiffly. Dong Xinxin, it can't be. Are they really raising a group of mutated beasts? Just as she finished speaking, she saw an even larger mutated snake sneak out from beside the big dog. Its black body coiled around the entire roof, like a 1,000-year-old snake demon, looking down at the group of humans from above. Lin Feng raised his hand and patted his forehead. He quickly raised his hand to get everyone's attention. "Oh. Let me clarify, when I said they weren't humans, I wasn't referring to them." Dong Xinxin and the others turned their heads. This wasn't it. She almost thought that the second base of this base was a mutated zoo. Lin Feng and the others couldn't do anything about these pets that were temporarily left unattended. After all, other than Lin Qiao who could order them around, they were all free. Usually, they didn't enter the base, but today, they somehow slipped in and just happened to appear when he was speaking. Were they trying to cause trouble? Let's get down to business. What I'm talking about is that the second base is not a human base, but you can often see them. After all, they wear military uniforms just like you, but they won't show their eyes to you. When Lin Feng mentioned military uniforms, he turned his face to the soldiers. The people below were already starting to feel a little uneasy. However, compared to the survivors, the soldiers who had undergone strict training were still calmer. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes were looking left and right at their comrades, trying to find out what was going on. Are you saying that the second base is raising zombies? At this time, among the survivors, someone finally asked. The person who asked the question had a forceful tone of questioning in his voice. Also, he used the word raising zombies, which was a bit ambiguous. After he said that, everyone immediately began to discuss with each other. After all, Lin Feng also said that those who wore military uniforms like the soldiers, but didn't show their sunglasses. Everyone would often see teams of soldiers patrolling in the base, but everyone wore sunglasses. Whether it was the sun or the wind or rain, they would never wear their sunglasses. Also, they never spoke, only did their work. Thinking about living in the same base with a group of zombies disguised as humans, but being kept in the dark, they didn't know anything. Also, there was the danger of being eaten at any time. Even the danger of being infected by the zombie virus. This time, everyone really couldn't calm down. Chapter 14:27. Dong Xinxin and the others looked at each other in surprise. I really didn't think about it. So that's what happened. She sighed with a slightly shocked expression on her face. Dong Lijia couldn't keep the smile on his face anymore. He opened his half-closed eyes and nodded expressionlessly. No wonder Wen said those things to us when she first came. It seems that she was afraid that we wouldn't be mentally prepared. Deng Qinfei just frowned slightly and didn't say anything. Luo Yuanjun asked curiously, but why are they with a group of zombies? And Lin Feng just said that without them, this base couldn't have been built. At the same time, these zombies are protecting the safety of this base. At this time, Deng Qinfei said, look at the army here. This base has been built for 2 years, but there are only a few thousand people. Don't you think it's too little? Think about when they first built this base, they didn't have enough manpower. And they even borrowed people from High City to help. The other 3 people immediately became silent and looked at him without saying anything. Because what he said was right. Did Wen and the others know about this? But, are they really zombies? They seem to be no different from normal people, except that they like to wear sunglasses and don't talk. Their behavior seems to be normal. Dong Xinxin said puzzled. How could there be zombies like this? Aren't zombies supposed to attack humans the moment they see them? How did the zombies in this base do that? Since this is a zombie base, why didn't you tell us when we first joined? At this time, some survivors angrily asked. Lin Feng said indifferently, if we told you, would you continue to stay? Moreover, this matter was originally confidential. If we had told you when you came in, do you think we would have let you leave here safely with our secrets? Did you trick us into coming in to be food for your zombies? No wonder there was a group of zombies outside the base when we first came. These people seemed to be very angry about this, and they angrily shouted at Lin Feng and the others on the stage. That's right. If we knew this was a zombie base, who would want to come here? You didn't tell us because you wanted to feed us to the zombies. Disgusting. Raising zombies. Zombies and us humans are irreconcilable enemies. You actually want humans and zombies to live together. Do you want to commit crimes against humanity? I think they were controlled by zombies, so they tricked us into coming in. I'm afraid they want to use us as food for the zombies." The survivors started cursing and scolding at the same time. Many people from the new division also started yelling. Only the veterans looked at each other, their gazes wavering, but they did not say anything. Lin Feng and the others already knew that they would have such a reaction. They looked at them calmly. "That's why I'm giving you a chance this time." His voice carried the pressure of a level 7 arcanist, and it instantly silenced everyone. When everyone heard him say that he would give them a chance, they were both angry and curious. "Today, I'll let you walk out of this base safely. In the future, you can go wherever you want. But after you leave, the Universal Base will never accept you again," Lin Feng said. "Who would want to join your zombie base? It's not like we're idiots." As soon as he finished, someone mocked him loudly. "That's right, that's right. That's right." There was even a wave of agreement. Lin Feng sneered, "Heh, then remember what you said today. The north gate is open, you can leave. I'll even send people to escort you through the territory of the underground beasts, so you can leave safely." These people were living a comfortable life here now. When they went out, they would know how scarce food and resources were in the base outside. Especially in those bases with hundreds of thousands to millions of people, the living conditions were even harsher. Compared to the food planting base, the purified land resources, and the pure catnip that hadn't mutated. It won't be long before they know how happy their lives in the Universal Base are. Smart people would think of all these. "We don't need you to send us off. Who knows if you're going to let us die the moment we leave this gate. Even without you guys, we can still barge through the territory of the underground beasts." Those who wanted to leave said excitedly. They also knew that there were still many gaps between the underground beasts, and they could go around them. Who knew if Lin Feng would kill them and feed them to the zombies when he said he would send them out? Lin Feng nodded indifferently, "Up to you. Those who want to leave can leave, those who want to stay can also stay. Those who remain will continue to live the same way you lived here before. Who wants to stay? It's not like they're stupid. Let's go, let's go. Everyone, let's go, be careful. Who knows, they might be plotting something. Otherwise, why would they expose their secrets?" Those who wanted to leave said to Lin Feng in disdain, and then started to gather those who wanted to leave. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, someone suddenly said, "I'm not leaving, I'm staying." The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone turned to look at the person who said he wanted to stay. The person who spoke was a man in his early 30s with a tough look and a sturdy build. His expression was very calm as he said, "Even if we go out and join Haiqing or China, they are currently lacking in resources and food. Furthermore, China has no intention of accepting new survivors. Furthermore, all the land has been polluted, and this is the only place where we can grow plants that haven't mutated. If we go out, we might not be bitten to death by the zombies. However, we might very well starve to death." This person was actually a survivor from the old Hell King's base, and was also the leader of the second batch of survivors to join Universal Base, Wang Jian. He was an ordinary person, but his observation skills were more thorough than the average person, and he had extraordinary courage and insight. His personality was also very strict. Otherwise, he would not have brought a group of people all the way from the old Hell King's base to Universal Base. He had already seen the situation of the other bases, and going to Haiqing was their best choice, because it was close, and Haiqing was a large city. However, the population was also large, and there were no farming bases. It was said that the food source would still be supplied by Universal Base. Going to China was even more impossible, not to mention the distance. There were all sorts of dangers along the way. Furthermore, China did not accept new people. Therefore, Going out might not necessarily lead to a better life, so it was better to continue staying here. After all, before this, they had always been living in harmony. Wang Jian finally looked at Lin Feng and said, "We are willing to stay, but we want to know the whole truth. At the very least, we want to know what kind of situation the humans in Base 1 and the humans in Base 2 are in." You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.